This House is now in standing Finance Committee. And seeing that I don't get the opportunity to regularly, I want to pose a question to the Honorable Minister and his team. With respect to the welfare office in St. Lucie, which has been closed since 2019. We understand the fact that COVID would have come and hindered some progress or intervened, but I have noticed in a lot of the discussion so far, it seems that most things stop in my good neighboring parish, St. Peter. But we are all well aware that there's another constituency beyond that, another parish beyond that, the northernmost parish, which is St. Lucie. And persons have to now travel to Speightstown. Persons who wish to see the welfare officer has to travel to Speightstown in this regard. So I want to know what are the plans of the ministry with respect to the reopening of the office or welfare offices, some being either reopened or established elsewhere but in St. Lucie.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good morning to you and to the team, and again, a very special good morning to my team. I will turn over to the Chief Welfare Officer to address your question.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Minister. The office in St. Lucie is currently under repairs. And yes, I know it's been under repairs for a while, but we await completion of those repairs. So the clients for St. Lucie are currently being serviced at the Speightstown office. And though this may not be ideal, we're looking at other offices through the amalgamation so that we can have greater representation in the communities. So your constituency could actually have more than one office for clients to choose from. So we look forward to the amalgamation and what that brings with it.
I'm extremely happy to hear that. Thank you. Honorable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you. And interestingly enough, you should ask that as your first question, because I would have a similar question as it relates to St. Andrew. Because as you know, the building that once housed the welfare office in St. Andrew, that building housed the welfare office, but it also housed the post office. That building has been renovated. I'm very thankful to the Ministry of Home Affairs for that. But I've noticed that there seems to be no plans for the return of the welfare office to St. Andrew. Of course, we too are serviced by the office in Speightstown, and as the crow flies, Speightstown is not very far from St. Andrew, but the realities of some of the conditions in St. Andrew makes it difficult for some of our elderly and indeed some of our vulnerable to get to Speightstown. So are there any plans similarly to what the chairs had asked for the return of a welfare office or some facility back into the Belle Plaine area in St. Andrew?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Unfortunately, I'll have to give you the same answer that I gave to your colleague. We know that the situation in St. Andrew remains critical for an office, and that too is being considered when we're looking at the other community offices that can service St. Andrew. So you're included as well.
And you would have spoken about the amalgamation of a number of social services under your ministry, and I'm asking if this will see improved services being offered to those rural spaces. We know, I think I heard mention of the fact that the return of the community nurses and all such things that are peculiar to rural spaces where we do not have ready access to some facilities as you may find in urban spaces. If we may see improved services with the amalgamation of the various social services to those rural spaces in Barbados, St. Joseph, St. Andrew, St. Peter, St. Thomas, St. Lucie.
I would let the PS respond, please.
Good morning. My name is Jehu Wiltshire, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. The amalgamation will certainly see an improvement in terms of the services that are provided. We have selected 35 locations covering all the parishes that were visited by a team comprising the ministry, the Environmental Protection Department, the Environmental Health Department, the Ministry of Housing and Lands, the Barbados Fire Service, as well as officials of the ministry, with a view to identifying specific locations for community-based offices. And the intention is, as part of the amalgamation, and as part of the amalgamation process, is to ensure that a person, I'm going to speak directly on the ground now, so that a person can actually go to this office and receive a number of services. Because what the amalgamation is essentially about is ensuring that there are more efficient and effective services in terms of bringing the National Disabilities Unit, the Child Care Board, the National Assistance Board, as well as the Welfare Department together. So as I would have indicated on Tuesday, it is going to be based on a technological foundation in terms of a new MIS system, where instead of going to each department for a particular service, you'll actually be able to go to one department, log in your information, your application, and you'll be able to get services at that specific location. So you definitely will see an improvement in terms of the service that are provided to each and every parish in the island. Thank you.
Thank you. You would have made mention of on Wednesday, when we last sat, of the companionship program, that's the title. And I'm wondering, and let me just say at the outset that is perhaps, was a fantastic initiative. I've seen, even within my area, my constituency of St. Andrew, I've seen the benefits of it. And my question, therefore, is there any scope for the expansion of it? I know there are a number of persons who have been listed as vulnerable. They're the elderly, and I think I heard that persons who might have been disabled due to accident or something like that, or stroke, could also benefit from that program. But what about persons who are mentally challenged? Those persons who have outgrown some of the institutions are now at home, they cannot work. In some cases, they are a burden to relatives and parents. If those persons are also captured under that program, or if there's any scope later to incorporate persons like that, whose parents may also need a break. I recall part of the rationale for this companionship program is to give those family members a chance, a break sometimes to go and do stuff, maybe work. In some cases, there are persons who can't work because they have to stay at home and care their mentally challenged children and wards. If that program, if it already incorporate persons like that, and if no, if there are plans to incorporate those persons like that in the future.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will add a few words and then allow the director and or the coordinator of the program to elucidate on the real substance of the matter. So thank you for the question again. Thanks for the endorsement of the program. It is a program of which I think all the members are proud. But the reality is for us that the situation facing elderly people, well, facing society, is that our society is aging, and that there are a significant number of people who are elderly now and reside in the community, many without support and some with support. I'm fascinated by the words that you chose to use, though, burden their family, because the truth is the first level of care in any society should be the family. That's the first. And it should only be in the circumstances where it becomes exceedingly overwhelming that the state is then called in. So the state should play a supporting role to the family. In fact, I'm sure when the director speaks, she would tell you that our program is to age in place, which is to offer support so that the elderly can stay home and be cared for. And I say that because there is now a feeling that the government is going to be able to do all these things. I've made the point that in the next 20 years, we anticipate that a significant portion of our society will be over 60. Some records indicate that 50% of our society could be over 60 or near 60 in the next 20 years. That is 100 and something thousand people. It is going to be almost impossible to offer that level of intervention. So we need to rethink it, and I hope the director goes through some of the strategies that we've discussed to be able to address it. But here's the thing, Honorable Member. Currently, there are people who, with training, maybe we could get them to take better care of their elderly persons. But then there's some people who seem to think that it's no longer their responsibility too. And so there is a balance. I think we have to offer training so people can offer care, but there's also the idea that at the end of the day, people have to be able to look after their own family with support. I'd asked the director to inform me, and I could tell you that currently there are now 4 persons who are basically, elderly persons who are basically abandoned at Harrison's Point. There are 9 persons, elderly persons, who are basically abandoned at the QEH. And of course, they become the responsibility of the state, and the caring state will look after them. But we have to do better than that. And I know that when a family has to deal with dementia or any of these other old age diseases that come as a consequence of aging, that it becomes very difficult to deal with. And we have to find a way to help families deal with those things. In relation to your question directly, whether we're going to expand the program or not, if it were up to me, I'd have, thousands of community elder care workers. I'd have hundreds of National Assistance Board home health staff. But these things require resources, and the cost over time will become extremely unsustainable. That is why I think the real remedy here is aging in place, community-based care, home health support, those kind of things. But I would ask the director of the National Assistance Board to speak, please.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. And you would have first talked about the expansion of the program. Now, any expansion of the program has March this year, will make 2 years that we'll be running the program since 2021. And any expansion or so on would depend on the review which we plan to undertake of the program. So 2 things are going to be happening. Currently, we are undertaking an independent review of all of our services. And then in the new financial year, we will be undertaking an independent review specifically of the elder care program. The findings of those reviews will inform where the gaps, the deficits, the strengths, and the weaknesses of the program are. And then that will further inform, because we'll also be going not only to the workers, but to the family members as well. It would not only inform the community elder care program, but also our other services where there are gaps in the services, where we probably need to put more workers. We understand, particularly in the rural parishes, which sometimes is not as densely populated, and rural persons tend to look after their own compared to the other geographical areas in the urban corridor. So yes, we will undertake that review, and then based on that, we'll probably look at how to restructure, reconfigure, look at those. It may not be that we expand the number, but also we may look at what it is that the persons are doing. Are they meeting the expectations of the families? And if we need more, to look at the tasks and the job descriptions of these persons as opposed to numbers, and how, if there are areas of inefficiencies, and how we can address that. But it will all be informed by the review.
Thank you very much. And firstly, let me say to you, Honorable Minister, I'm glad that you chastised me for using the word burden. I really shouldn't have used that word, and for that I apologize. But it got me to thinking, even with new legislation, a lot has been said recently about the new legislation that will be coming from your ministry. And I wonder if in drafting this legislation, if close attention is paid to language. There are words that are rooted in the colonial past, rooted in a bygone century, those words have no place in a modern 21st century Barbados. I recall some time ago the word bastard was removed from the legislation, and the indignity that came with that term over time disappeared from the landscape of Barbados. This word disappeared from the lexicon of Barbados. And if there are words that are, when you are going forward, if there are words that we now use maybe to refer to our elderly, to our disabled, if you pay close attention to that language, because we all may not necessarily understand the psychology of words, the psychology of language, but we know that certain words, they hurt. Certain words cause discomfort. If that's something that you're looking at as you draft your new legislation going forward.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I want to begin again by thanking the team who's done so much work on the elderly policy and the elderly legislation. I also actually would like to take this opportunity to commend, was it CBL? CBL. The law firm that, you've seen me in the paper having conversations with, because they're now part of our team as well, helping us draft, being part of the architecture of the final piece of legislation. I think when everybody works on it, it's going to be perfect. The current methodology for drafting legislation requires tremendous interaction with the CPC, the Chief Parliamentary Council. And a lot of the old language that you would have seen in a lot of the old pieces of legislation, since we've come into office, a lot of those words are no longer used. They're actually quite demeaning and in some cases insulting. I was trying to remember the word that the Honorable Member for St. Michael East finds particularly painful, and I can't remember it, but I know he doesn't like words like squatter and other words. But words have power, and that is why you have to be sensitive to how people choose to be called. That is why persons with disabilities prefer to be persons with disabilities than differently able, and so on and so forth. Or a person prefers to be called hard of hearing than hearing impaired, and those things. But over time, we will get there. But beyond that, I would like the chief, perhaps the director again, or Ms. Wiltshire, if she's here, to be able to speak to what we're doing in terms of the policy, the strategic action plan, both of which we did with the support of PAHO. So I want to thank PAHO for the support that they gave us. And the conversations that we're now having with the Law Reform Commission to help us draft the final legislation. And of course, the language that you speak of, sir, runs through the child protection legislation, it runs through the disabilities legislation, and it will go through the legislation for the elderly. So Ms. Wiltshire perhaps could probably best speak to where we are in terms of the legislation, and then Ms. Walcott, or reverse order.
Good morning again. My name is Jacqueline Wiltshire. As I say, I work with the Elder Affairs Program. And once this national policy was submitted, we started the groundwork for the legislative framework, which would support the implementation of the policy. We have started to look at what we would call the patchwork of legislation, and looking at where the deficits are, because there's lots of deficits, as you would understand. We are looking at a whole new piece of legislation, an omnibus piece of legislation, which will be implemented hopefully over the next 5 years, which is the span of the policy itself. So we will start with the low-hanging fruit and those areas that must be implemented right away because they're so critical to the comfort and dignity of older persons. Yes, to the Honorable Member of St. Andrew, we are aligned with the newest thinking in terms of legislative drafting at the CPC's office, and we are guided by a very, very modern approach to policies which are supported and informed by international authorities and current thinking in those authorities. So we will definitely, yes, be taking in heed of the words that we use, and that is the mark of a good draftsman. We've been in contact and engaging the stakeholders. We've had stakeholders. We are setting up a committee which will in fact steer the development of the legislation, and we'll be doing this through the Law Reform Commission because, as you know, this is transformative piece of statutory work, and therefore we hope that within the next few months that you will be able at least to see a first draft of that legislation. So I think that we're well on the way. This is a preliminary work. We've already compiled all the precedents that we think are useful for our purpose, and though the desk research is already, well underway.
Honorable Member, before we move away from the elderly, earlier you spoke of the possible expansion of the community elder care program. And while we would love to do so, obviously, as Minister indicated, the resources will be an issue. But as Minister indicated, we want to emphasize aging in place. And in an effort to do so, we are going to be embarking on a training program for unpaid persons who look after the elderly in their communities. For example, you may have a situation where the daughter of an elderly mother is looking after her who may have dementia. We want to be in a position to provide training for those persons so that they will be in a better position to care for these elderly persons. So within a few weeks' time, we definitely will be undertaking that program, and we are going to be doing it in partnership with the Barbados Community College, who would be involved in terms of providing tutors to do that training, as well as working closely with the Barbados Alzheimer's Association to also impart some degree of training as well. And it's all part of our effort to build partnerships, because obviously the government cannot do all. Thank you.
Sorry, very quickly. Back onto that as well. Now that IPS has spoken, it reminded me of two things, which is in relation to that training program where you may take care of your family, we're exploring the possibility of offering a stipend to a person who is already taking care of a family member but could be willing to take care of another 2 persons in the community as well. And I know that the Prime Minister has asked the Minister of Housing to explore the possibility of having a facility in every parish to be able to house, though not institutionalized, but house with the support of the Seroptimists. And there's a conversation that the Minister and I are about to have as well. So there are things that are happening that would allow us to make legitimate and make meaningful and true the idea of aging in place.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I I'm not sure, but I don't think that anybody has raised the National HIV/AIDS Commission, and I believe that forms part of your ministry as well. And I must tell you, as a practicing oral surgeon for many years, dealing with people who came to the office with HIV/AIDS was a lived reality for me. And I wonder what plans you have for the HIV/AIDS Commission. I must tell you that personally I think that you should expand and be a health and wellness commission rather than an HIV/AIDS commission. Because what that will do is, in addition to focusing on that narrow aspect, destigmatization, helping to encourage awareness and all of the other aspects of that the HIV/AIDS Commission work is, I think to be able to expand it to also encouraging people to live a healthier lifestyle, non-communicable NCDs, and be able to fight that battle as well, which is a major cost to the people of Barbados and to the government of Barbados. So I would like to first ask what plans, and then I want to take you straight to your estimates, because I know that you still have $813,000 available, according to what I see here, overall funds available as at December 31st, 2022 for HIV/AIDS Commission. As I see in your estimates that you've spent, funds released was 1.3 million, it looks like, and you still had 800,000. So that tells me that you're also not spending as much, which means that you can definitely expand to be able to get into more health and wellness rather than strictly HIV/AIDS Commission. But I'll wait for your response, and then we'll get into how you're going to spend this other 800,000 that was voted.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I'm here telling the PS that you and I did not discuss this, and that your vision is very much in line with the vision that, has become the thinking of the ministry. But I would ask Ms. Armstrong, who is the Director of the HIV Commission, to please speak, and then the Permanent Secretary.
Good morning. Lynn Armstrong, Director Acting, National HIV/AIDS Commission. Thank you, sir. There is going to be a restructured role and function for the National HIV/AIDS Commission. Prime Minister Wells, doing our major estimates, did indicate that we should seek to have a new name and to expand our vision. We have skills that, having done the multi-sectoral program for HIV, that can be used for other life-threatening illnesses as well. And those are on the books. With respect to the remaining balance, some of those funds, unfortunately, are spent in the last quarter of the financial year because we celebrate, World AIDS Day is December 1st, and then we go into Love Safely Week. So we would have had a literary prose, poetry and prose competition. We have had a number of activities in this last quarter that quite a few of those funds will be expended before March 31st. With respect to I can give you some of the things that we have done. We've scaled up our social media presence on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. We push HIV in sports quite a bit. So we have partnered with our road tennis. We've had a road tennis competition. We partner with the Domino Club. We partner with we've had celebrity football matches. We did quite a bit of advertising during World Cup football in Qatar. We would have sponsored and worked with CBC, and we would have had 2 new HIV commercials which were aired continuously throughout the period for the World Cup. And we have scaled up our visibility. But Minister, we take your point in terms of expanding the role and function of the Commission, and that work is indeed in train. And in terms of a new name, I take into consideration that to add wellness to it, we have to get away from the stigma of HIV, and we can go all-encompassing and add a wellness.
Honorable Member, Ms. Armstrong just spoke to the activities that have actually been undertaken and will be undertaken, but I just want to make a correction to the earlier statement in relation to the actual amount of funds available. We have the actual amount of funds available as of. Yeah. The actual amount of funds available as of the February 20th is $364,780, and we definitely, based on our projections, intend to spend about 90% of that remaining amount. Thank you.
So of course, and this is my second question, the reason I asked that is because when I was Minister of Housing, I guess technically I still have responsibility for housing as a senior minister, but when I was Minister of Housing, we actually did quite a few houses. And I was, even although it was not a large number to be able to assist people, your clients, it's something that I was very proud of, because to be able to help people who, through no fault of their own, have a disease that they're having to live with for the rest of their life is a great thing. And I was very proud we were able to design a special facility and put good money there. And the reason I asked about whatever funds was left is because if you have anything left back, you know, I think that to put it to another house, because if we could add to that number, that complement of houses available for people who are having to live with this type of disease. Because let's get real, many times people who've been diagnosed but live in a family house, the family treats them badly. And I've seen that from experience in my own constituency, that I had to then struggle to find alternative accommodation for them because of a disease. And that obviously should not be. And so if you can see your way to be able to give assistance, I'm sure that the Minister of Housing and me as Senior Minister would give any assistance necessary. But so please check that, or any veerment that you would be able to have in advance, because it is a good program. And another thing that I would like to see you do more of as well is to be able to do more of those health fairs. Because I know that certainly housing, we had a health fair. MTW, we used to have them, but I don't know how many of the other ministries have those health fairs. Maybe you could advise, and if others don't have, maybe we could use our good offices minister to encourage our colleagues in their ministries to have those health fairs. But maybe you could tell me which ministries do and which ministries don't, and what success you've had with those.
Thank you, sir. You may not have been aware, but we actually did, the Ministry of Housing did actually have our Manawara intervention on Valentine's Day 2 weeks ago. You may need
to explain what Manawara is.
Sorry, Manawara is an intervention that was, it is an indigenous intervention where we do HIV awareness, we do HIV games, we do a barbershop. The concept of it was a man cave, where men can come, feel comfortable, and we have trained educators, HIV educators, who interact with the men, share information, and we also do condom demonstrations and distribution and whatnot. So you would have been there for the previous one, but we would have had one, as I said, on Valentine's Day. With respect to the housing program, sir, we still meet.
Sorry to stop you, but that's only one ministry. Well, the question I was asking is which other ministries do and which other ministries do not that could do?
So not every ministry has a vote now for HIV prevention. The Ministry of Culture under Prime Minister's office, they would have done an intervention for World AIDS Day. The Ministry of Labor, sir, they have funds for HIV prevention. our ministry has its own vote for HIV interventions that would have been done by the National Assistance Board and whatnot. We no longer have a situation where each ministry has an HIV vote. So it would be easier for me to tell you the ministries that do, but I think in the rollout and the restructuring, we have to insist and try to ask the minister through his good graces to ask those ministries who no longer have an HIV vote to include one again so that we can get the program up and
I
running.
guess what I'm trying to say is I want to change it from an HIV vote to a health and wellness vote.
So I was about to say, Minister, that the Prime Minister has actually pretty much given that directive. And that when we return to the people next year, there will probably not be an HIV commission. In our estimates, you might see, I think we put $100 just to open the head for a behavioral unit, which would encompass the HIV and then in its wider manifestation, the other work that it's supposed to do. There was a paper that was written on this by Ms. Wiltshire when she headed the HIV Commission as well. So the thinking is not necessarily new, but now we have the political will to see it through. And so when we return next year, if we return next year to do well, then I will be in a position to report to you what we've done to be able to realize what you're saying, which is essentially the direction that I feel we must all go.
And if I may, Honourable Member, we would wish to take advantage of the many years that the National HIV Commission has been involved with behavioral change to use that as a basis for the operation of that new unit.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off, Ms. Armstrong, but it's clear this is very, very important work. It's unfortunate that all the ministries don't carry that head like they used to. And I need to encourage maybe the Minister of Finance, maybe something we'll speak about in the second reading speech when we get to that time. But it's very, very important work. And it's something that we need to continue. I believe it was conceptualized way back under the ONAFA administration, and it continues to do good work. And I salute all the good work that you've done together with the other agencies that assist. It's not something that we publicize a lot, but it's something that you have to appreciate that is good for a lot of people in Barbados. And obviously it's something that we must continue. But I thank you.
No, Minister, I think your question is so relevant, because when we had the conversations with the Ministry of Health, and just by thinking about COVID, our bigger challenge now in the country is NCDs and so on, and the way we eat and our lifestyles. So I agree with you entirely that we need to have a much bigger vision. One of the things that I think is regrettable is that over the years we shrunk the HIV vote. I guess people felt that as the country became more aware of HIV, then there was less need to focus on it, though I don't necessarily agree. I think we should always maintain a focus on HIV. We've seen that an event has the potential to reverse all of your gains just like that. So we cannot drop the ball on HIV at all. And if I was actually concerned that during COVID, and the director could bear me out on this, that during COVID, we weren't able to get accurate, up-to-date numbers on HIV because people were so focused, as they should be, on COVID. So we now have to go back and get the numbers, the back numbers, we have to do more testing to get a more up-to-date number and to have the accurate number of persons in Barbados living with HIV. And why? Because we've seen during COVID again that HIV, especially if it's a case where a person may have HIV and is refusing to get the treatment for it, which is unfortunately also what happens because of the stigma. But the person then became more susceptible as a comorbidity to the issues related to COVID. And so we've been looking to address that. But I feel the focus really has to be on, because in many cases, if you're honest, HIV is no longer considered a life-depriving illness once you take your medication, right? And so in many other places, it is just a matter of taking care of yourself and taking care of your body and bringing that behavioral change, which is what we really need to have in a wider sense. And so, Honourable Member, I promise you when we return to this place next year, we will have ironed out vision in relation to that.
Thank you, Minister. I look forward to that. And as you quite rightly said, the access to medication. And sometimes you take your medication, we also have to have access to it as well. And isn't everybody that has the access sometimes. And that is also part of the whole equation. But again, I salute you and your team. It is important work and very, very relevant to life today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Christchurch West. Honorable Member for St. Michael North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister and team, thank you for your presentation thus far. And I want to applaud your efforts to not only amalgamate the services, the social services of our country, but to also ensure that the affairs and concerns of our elderly and the most vulnerable in our communities and our society are well addressed and taken care of. I'm a member of the Barbados Alzheimer's Association. I have been for many years. And I know that they pretty much would expect me to raise some questions on their behalf. I have heard some snippets in the presentation thus far of a good connection with them, an association and a working relationship with them. And one of the major issues that we as an association have faced for many years is the request for daycare facilities for those living with Alzheimer's. You can imagine that it is very difficult, and as some of you have alluded to it in your various presentations, you can imagine the amount of effort, time, financial resources that are required by caretakers to adequately supervise and care for a person who's living with Alzheimer's and dementia. It is a ruthless disease, that's the way I describe it. It is a ruthless disease. It really takes people from who they are and it diminishes them day by day almost to a shell of who they used to be. This is not only difficult for the person who has the disease, but I oftentimes tell people that it seems to be even more difficult for those who are taking care of those individuals. I know many persons who have Alzheimer's who are physically well in terms of their ability to function on a daily basis. Many of them can still walk and talk and do different things up to a certain point. But unfortunately, when they have those episodes, they can turn into another human being, another person altogether. And this poses a significant challenge for the person who is looking on and seeing that day-to-day and progressive deterioration and change. So my first question relates to daycare facilities. The Alzheimer's Association has been seeking a home where they can create that space where individuals who still need to work but have the duty of care for that loved one can still go and continue their normal course of employment, but there's a facility that is dedicated and specifically purposed, spec'd, to be able to offer in day-to-day care for that individual until the caretakers, the primary caretakers, can come back home on evenings and then resume the responsibility for taking care of them. So the first question really relates to, are there plans, concrete plans, that can solve the issue of a daycare facility for the persons who are living with Alzheimer's? I will stop there and I will answer a follow-up question to that first question after.
Honourable Member, I would ask the Director of the National Assistance Board, Ms. Walcott, to address your question, please.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Member. And thank you for so ably representing the Alzheimer's Association. I'm sure Ms. Brayton will be very, very, very proud and excited. The Alzheimer's Association, we do have a very strong relationship with the Alzheimer's Association. They are one of our partners. Provisions has been made within the estimates in the ministry for that association to have a significant amount of funds to help them with their functions and their activities. For the first time? Yes, there's always a start, there's a starting point. Yes, so at the last occasion when we would have met with our partners concerning the legislation, the Alzheimer's Association was also represented and would have also made their concerns known, and certainly they would be taken into consideration. Yes, the issue of daycare and getting those persons into facilities so that they provide one for dual purpose, providing care and supervision for those persons during the day, as well as giving families some respite. There has been some work done there through our daycare facility in the Pines. So persons who are in the early stages of Alzheimer's, when the daycare facility was functioning, and we plan to reactivate that very soon, we would have had some persons there which would have give some families a respite so that they can go on to work or their activities during the day. And there are plans in train to give more support to the Alzheimer's Association and particularly to their families. It's all part of building out, and it's also in the National Policy on Aging, building out a continuum of services in the community so that persons can continue to age in place. And we would keep saying this because this is really where we want to go as it relates to shifting from institutionalization and keeping persons in their familiar environments. So the Alzheimer's Association, we will continue to work with them. They are one of our partners. They have been very, very visible. They have been very, very vocal. One of the area that we are also engaging in is the training as well. And the Alzheimer's Association has come on board, and they will be helping us to provide training on the ground to family members to get them to understand how to care, how to cope, and give them some of the skills. But we do recognize that the disease places a burden. We may not like to use that word, but it does place a burden on family members, and it takes a toll on most caregivers. And we are very mindful of that, and we will continue to work with the Alzheimer's Association to improve quality of life for their constituents.
Thank you very much for that. And I want to underscore, the last point that you were making, last statement that you were making, I really want to underscore how dastardly a disease this thing is, because it really does, it's heart-wrenching to see how people who were young and sprightly and active individuals who then deteriorate to the point where they're not able to function and to exist in I would say, in a humane way. And it does place a tremendous amount of strain on those who are observing and looking on to this. And I'm glad to hear that you mentioned the reactivation of the Pine facility. I would like to know when that is due to be reactivated, and also when reactivated, how do individual citizens get their loved ones either into that facility to be taken care of on a daily basis? What is the process, so that when my members of my constituency who are have loved ones that have dementia and have Alzheimer's, how do I then on their behalf get them into that care facility? And then what is the plan to expand that? Because the Pine facility, I'm not sure what the capacity is. Maybe you can share information on that. It's not very big, based on what I'm hearing, but are there any plans to make, let's say, satellite facilities available at different strategic points across the island? Alzheimer's is not going away. This is an issue, as you would know, that is continuing to expand, I would say, at an unfortunately rapid clip. And the longer people live, the more likely they are to have Alzheimer's. And this means, therefore, that we have to be strategically thinking about what else will we have to put in place in terms of physical infrastructure, strategies, etc., to ensure that we're taking care of persons who may encounter this disease. And a larger number of people are encountering it, unfortunately. So I want to find out about the Pine facility. When is it going to be activated? What is the capacity of it currently? And what are the plans how do we get persons into the facility? And then what are the plans for expansion of the physical infrastructure for care services of the elderly and those with Alzheimer's?
So you're correct, Honorable Member. There is a finite capacity at the facility. The facility can accommodate 30 persons. It is functioning right now. We've just shifted purpose because as we renovate the Vauxhall Senior Citizens Village, we have transferred some of those persons to minimize any threat to their safety in the construction area. As soon as we've completed Vauxhall, which should be completed we've projected for September, Senior Citizens Month, and we've relocated those persons, then the facility will be reactivated for daycare. The process for the admission to daycare is simple. It is the waiting time that may be prevent an obstacle given the finite capacity of 30 persons. There are an application form available at the National Assistance Board. There's an assessment done by the officer in charge, and usually if we can get a nurse to be a part of that assessment, then that is done, and based on that, it is the availability of space. So the major obstacle, as I said, will be the waiting time. You would have asked about the expansion of the service. For some time, we have entertained that idea, and we have engaged one of our charitable partners, and we've had initial conversation, but that would be an ongoing process because it has to be fit for purpose facility.
Excellent. How many follow-up questions do we have on one question, Mr. Chairman? Did they maximize? I have one more follow-up question on that question, so that's what I'm asking. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really wanted to ask about the stipend. I heard, Minister, you alluded to a stipend for persons, and I think you spoke about it in the general context of persons, of taking care of the elderly. But I was wondering if any strategic consideration has been given relative to a stipend for those caring for those with Alzheimer's and dementia. You can appreciate that this is I don't want to say a little bit different from just general care of the elderly. It takes a tremendous amount of attention to care for someone who's living with Alzheimer's because the episodes can come in and out pretty rapidly. And 1 minute the person is sitting in front of you watching television, and the next minute they're wandering. So there's a heavy amount of care that goes into it. And I'm just wondering if there's any consideration, because I talk to a lot of persons who are caring for loved ones who have Alzheimer's, and it really takes a toll, financial and otherwise. So I'm wondering if any consideration has been given by the government to provide a stipend specifically for those persons who are caring. And I mean, it just has to come down to you be a certified person living with it, doctor can certify that, and you can clearly show that you are the primary caretaker of that person. What assistance is the government willing to give to you financially to help you to offset the costs associated with that endeavor?
Thank you, Honorable Member. So, as you said, I did say that we are considering. It's only a conversation, and so I can't give you a specific number, but it's only a conversation we're having. But with persons with Alzheimer's being a subset of the larger elderly population, I think when we break it down, as you should with any social problem, they say the punishment should suit the crime. I think the benefit should suit the person. And that there are cases where you may not necessarily need a stipend because Alzheimer's becomes more advanced. Giving you a couple $100 more makes no difference. You need professional care. And in the worst scenarios, you need to be institutionalized. And we're not a government that loves institutionalization, or at least very strong professional care. So I would imagine that the vast majority of people who will receive the stipend in the end will be for persons who are dealing with people who have Alzheimer's, because, I've heard of cases where people have tied their loved ones that they genuinely love to the bed, tied them to different places in the house, locked all the doors, and have gone out, in a way of making sure that the person stays safe. But the inherent risk in doing something like that is so great as well, For every action they say, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So So we have to be careful. But I imagine that the greater majority of people would be people who are dealing with Alzheimer's. But I think we should have a system when we're able to finalize it and I bring it to cabinet, and I'm sure you'll see it. When we finalize it, it must be a staged system, that gradually leads a person to be able to get the care that they deserve, which may not necessarily be a financial support. It could be more professional help. It could be institutionalization. It could be various things, but Alzheimer's patients would definitely be a priority.
My second question relates to welfare in particular. As a member of parliament representing my people, I often have cause to write letters to the welfare department on their behalf, seeking various levels of assistance. I must say to you that the length of time in terms of response to those requests leaves a lot to be desired. I think there's always, as from a child growing up, I used to see on my report card, there's room for improvement. And I do think that there is room for improvement relative to the welfare department. And I wanted to find out from you guys specifically, from the time a citizen approaches the welfare department or a member of parliament writes a letter on their behalf, what is the chronological process for that person to receive welfare assistance? What is the step-by-step? When does the assessment take place? How quickly can you get the assessment done? I'm asking that for the second part of the question, Mr. Chairman, that I'm going to ask one time, is how are you looking to improve that? I get the amalgamation of the social services and I can see some efficiencies being built in there, but I'm specifically talking about welfare assistance requests. How do we get that process to be faster than it is today? Is there use of technology that can make it faster? What are the plans of the ministry right now to help us to enhance the process as it is today and move it to a stage where it is significantly shorter? I ask it that way because it gives you the opportunity to share with the public all that goes in to the welfare assistance requests. And then secondly, you have the opportunity to share how you're looking to reduce that time frame so that in the ideal world, as I tell my constituents all the time, when I write them a letter on Monday and it reaches welfare, that conceivably within 2 weeks, that they could either have at least a yes or a no, or start to receive some checks.
You advanced
I've answered the question. Proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question that you asked and somewhat answered. The truth is, for many of us, we are, all of us as MPs, we try to get the fastest response from the welfare department. You would be aware that in one particular instance for yourself, I've actually given you a response. I've also said that, there are many cases where people, there's a very difficult way to tell a person that they don't qualify. And that no matter how that is shared, people receive it painfully. So having said that, I think there are a number of things that we would have done during the course of the year to make it better. I would ask the Chief to expand on some of those things, but also to reiterate the challenges that the welfare department faces.
Minister, thank you for your question. I want to speak first to the process. And I know for most members of parliament, it starts with your referral. But the referral in itself is not the application. It is you expressing an interest on behalf of your constituent. The onus is on the client to follow through with the application. Until they do that, we cannot enter their lives to conduct an assessment. And unfortunately, many persons believe because the MP referred them, they need to do nothing further. And we need to get that straight. They still have to come to the office or do the electronic application form so we can start the process. So sometimes the client may come back to you and say, Minister, I ain't hear nothing from welfare yet. But all we have in there is your referral. And although we've contacted them to come and make the necessary applications, they refuse to do so. So that would also impact on the length of time it takes to service them. In terms of the processes, I agree that the length of time is undesirable, but we would have explained before that we have some challenges. We're currently doing a deep dive into the payment process at the department to see if it unearths anything that we can fix. And from the front end, we're also, we will soon be utilizing the Pulse MIS system, which would allow us to streamline applications where they should go quickly and to whom they should go to. And so we can get those cases moving through the system and handled more speedily. I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. Now, in terms of the electronic application form, just as a follow-up, can I do this electronic application form on behalf of my constituent?
You can do that, but what we are currently preparing for you is an electronic referral form, so that as the client comes to you, you can collect some of that information that we would need and send off to us, and that would also make the process go quicker.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Honorable member, before you go on, I think it would be useful to this honorable chamber if you could speak more to the deep dive that we are undertaking in respect of the welfare department. So I'm going to ask Mr. Andrew Pollard, who has been integrally involved in this process, to speak to it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Thanks, PS. All right, so at this point in time, there's a team from the Office for Reform of the Economic and Social Ministries, along with myself. We are conducting, as it were, the Prime Minister called it, a deep dive into the welfare department and its operations. What that deep dive is going to bring us to is linking the requests for assistance and the distribution of benefits to the account section. So before or at present, you have persons who are, say for a voucher or something like that, or you're getting checks, right? What we are looking to do very shortly is to be able to pay those funds into persons' accounts. That we think will help to, sort the problem somewhat. But the deep dive is also, as I said, looking at what happens at the front end and linking it to what goes on at the back end. So we are, as I said, automating payments not only to clients, but also to vendors.
Thank you very much. And my last question, Mr. Chairman, with a few parts, relates to going back to the elderly and their active aging. I would have held in my constituency a branch meeting, and the topic and the minister would have been the featured speaker on that occasion was successful aging. I'm pretty big on health and wellness, and I think it is important to all of us as individuals to do our part to reduce the impact of NCDs on our public purse. And therefore, I think as we are an aging society, that we need to ensure that we are encouraging our people to age successfully. So I want to find out specifically, I heard a lot of mention relative to the elderly policy, etc. I want to find out what are the strategies to help our people to age successfully. What are the programs that we're going to put in place to keep them active as they age? How are we going to be helping them by ensuring that we are creating environmental spaces for them, that we are rebuilding or restructuring our current physical infrastructure so that it caters to the elderly? How are we ensuring that our technological spaces are safe for them as well? Because there is a misconception that elderly people don't use technology. As we are going forward as a technologically savvy society, we know that the elderly will be interacting with and utilizing technology, but how are we ensuring that they're doing so in the safest way? So what programs in terms of training, etc., do your ministry contemplate will be needed to think? And ultimately, how are we protecting them from abuse? That is the last question that I will ask on that. So the health and wellness of our elderly, what are the strategies to ensure that they're aging successfully? How are we accommodating our built spaces, our environment, our technological spaces for their safety and ultimately how are we keeping them safe from all forms of abuse, which is a major problem that our elderly are facing. So that with that, Mr. Chairman, that would be my last question, I think, all in one.
I will ask the director to speak, and then I will speak after.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honorable Member. Healthy and active aging. It underpins and it is critical to the whole issue of population aging across the spectrum, whether it's from UN, World Health Organization, and very much our national policy on aging. It is underpinned by healthy and active aging, which really speaks, and you would have summed it up, to the continued participation of older people in all spheres of activity. Very often, we continue to see older persons as just passive beneficiaries of social services. Older persons do not want to be seen like that. Even, and when we speak about healthy and active aging, very often we concentrate and we focus only on the on NCDs. You can have NCDs and you can still focus on active aging and aging actively, as we have seen. So on the ground level, you would have talked about activities and programs. One of the programs right now run by the National Assistance Board is what we call the Recreational Activities Program, where you have, right now we have about 21 centers in actual communities where persons can go and engage with their peers in a relatively safe environment in various activities, and that can go from exercise, line dancing, craft, where they can retool themselves as well. So the focus really is on the social and mental stimulation. COVID would have caused that program to lose some momentum because we had to close those centers, given that older persons were the most susceptible and vulnerable to the disease. We have restarted that program. Up to the time that we would have closed, we would have catered to approximately some 500 older persons. We're now rebuilding, and we're just around 200 or so. The National Assistance Board, through our estimates, would provide for the administrative costs, and the participants then provide their own materials. We work very, very closely with our partners and stakeholders in the communities because none of these buildings which is used for this program is owned by the National Assistance Board. They're either in church halls or in community buildings. So we utilize the community buildings during the day. So we intend to expand that program, getting more persons out, using the media, and getting persons really sensitized and aware, because as much as those programs are in the community and they're out there are still some persons that are unaware. So we have to get the information out there and do more sensitizing. The national policy on aging is underpinned, as I said before, with the whole focus on healthy and active aging, which speaks again about keeping persons in their communities and aging well. As we look at our life expectancy, the healthy life expectancy and life expectancy, there's a gap. Our healthy life expectancy lags beyond the general life expectancy. So it says that our society and older persons, yes, are predisposed to health challenges. Notwithstanding that, they can continue. So across the policy, it speaks to the pandemics and threats, natural disasters, all those things that we have to take into their consideration. And also it speaks to the finances about older persons as well. Going forward, we will be working very, very closely. Again, we reiterate that we cannot do this work alone. There are a lot of entities out there which cater to older persons, whether it's the polyclinics, the church. There are a lot of entities out there, and we intend to strengthen our relationships with our partners and get an actual activities. So while at the macro level, we're looking at the legislation and the policy, on the ground, we're going to be pushing our activities for older persons and getting them re-engaged and engaged post-COVID.
Honorable Member, I know you're very concerned, and I'm thankful for the support in this area. I know you're very concerned about issues pertaining to the elderly. And yes, you did invite me to speak at your branch on this particular matter, so thank you for that. I think we have to be very logical about these things. When we say age successfully, we have to tell people what we mean by it, And in the ministry, I know we have to be very clear in our understanding as well as our communication about what we mean about aging successfully, or aging, or active aging, or aging in place, and all the other, development nomenclature that we use. What does it really mean when you try to operationalize it? And for me, it's multifaceted, but I'm thinking of three main areas. We have to make sure people are in good physical health. We have to make sure that they maintain their cognitive ability. And we have to try to help people maintain social relationships. And if we can do those three things, then we would really make a difference. Social relationships are so important for older people. And I was reading 2 nights ago, I was reading a study that was done very recently, and it was done about the changes in Japan and China, both of which, like Barbados, are experiencing serious aging in their societies as well. They have a whole set of facilities available, and in fact, at some point, I'm going to ask the staff to visit maybe Japan, because I know we were having conversations with the ambassador, and see what they're doing. But both of those countries have also had policies that, lend themselves to a situation where, just like Barbados, they don't have enough young people. China had the one-child policy for a long time, and now China is actually busy doing assistive reproductive programs to help people get more children. And Japan had a very strict immigration policy, and now they're loosening that to allow people to come in because, when we've done it very well in Barbados as well. We have allowed people to age, and, we've improved or increased life expectancy. Unlike those two countries, though, in Japan and China, I think in Asian countries, older people tend to be healthier than Caribbean people who live longer. So we have a situation where we've reduced mortality, but unfortunately we've increased morbidity. And I think a lot of that about aging successfully, you have to start talking about that at schools, about the food we eat, because what manifests when you get older, as I've come to realize, are oftentimes the things that you experienced when you're young. Like I have an injury from playing football that all of a sudden has re-emerged in my life. And the foods, when you see that we're banning sugary products, the minister who sits next to you, that we're banning sugary products in schools, that's going to be important. Imagine the food we eat. I saw Sir Hillary did a study where he said that we had something in our DNA lineage that came from slavery because of all the brain and just the amount of salt and carbs we consume, that the Caribbean black has a different physiological buildup than the average black man somewhere else. And a lot of that has to do with how we eat as well, so that by the time you get older, these things manifest. So when I talk about active aging, I talk about having this conversation at primary school and preparing for it from primary school and throughout our whole system. And then, of course, COVID has been like a very skilled sniper for old people, and it's taken out a lot of older people, and now they're afraid. Many people don't want to come out, they don't want to socialize, they're coming out gradually. And so I do think two things. People will come out for something they would enjoy or for something that would give them some benefit, and we've seen that. And therefore, we have to have greater programs. If we do all these things that you've asked about, people would want to come forward, because there's some benefit to coming forward. But if you come forward and there's nothing, there's no provision for care, there's no support for you, you don't get any help with your issues, or if you feel you're exposed to COVID for nothing. There was also a program that Minister Lane, I don't know if he's online, but Minister Lane and I, we were discussing this program called ElderNet, which we were discussing with the former MP from many times, Hamilton Lashley, in relation to having a system where you communicate, you set up a free internet system for older people, you teach them how to use it, they log in, and then they can talk to one another online. They don't have to physically leave the house. That's to make sure that they maintain both the cognitive abilities, but also the social relationships as well. But then there are a few things very quickly that I think we have to work on. We have to work on our food, what is available for people to eat, and the cost and the quality of it. We have to work on the negative stereotypes associated with getting older. Many older people do not need help. They're just older. And if we're all lucky, we will get older. Not every older person has to be in an institution. Not every older person has an NCD. So there's not, and I think the director spoke about this person being this passive recipient of goods and services, which is not always the case. They're active agents in their lives. And we need to create a space where older people can work, because we have more older people soon enough. Then we have younger people where they can work, where they can earn, and so on. So I agree with you, Honorable Member. I also note that you do these exercise programs in your communities. I would like to implore all of us, including myself, to be able to do some of those things, because it won't always be the state. To do some in our families, to do some through the community groups, and so on. If we all pull together on this, if it becomes a whole of country approach, then we have a much better shot than if we leave it to the ministry and to the government.
Excellent. Well, in closing then, I just want to thank you and applaud you, Minister, and your team for the responses to the questions. Very, 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 very good responses. You have a clear plan and a strategy, and I believe that we're in good hands with your team, yourself at the helm, for ensuring that all of the vulnerable people in our society are well taken care of now and well into the future. So thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I just want to intervene here for a short while, just to remind members of the time frames involved. We have a number of members who have indicated they want to participate, and I therefore want you to be guided and to exercise some brotherly love, knowing that your colleagues want to participate in this session, and we have certain time frames in place. So be so guided. I would not want to intervene again to have to shorten any person's contribution. All right, honorable member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to congratulate the team from People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs. The task before you is a mammoth one. And in listening to you, Minister, responding to the issues of poverty, the welfare department, the issues pertaining to elder care and so on, I really want to endorse the fact that dealing with this is going to be a whole of country movement. It's the only way that we can actually change what are the conditions on the ground. And therefore, I would be interested in knowing, first of all, what is your thinking in terms of how we're going to be able to do whole of country mobilization? Because I think it is important. In the area of elder care, as I think someone pointed out, everybody is going to get old at some time. In St. James South, I had put on a elder care training program, went to open it, just intended to stay to open it and leave. But the first 3 sentences caught me, and I sat and listened, and I went to every class after that, because I recognized that I needed in my own household, that my mother was going to reach a stage where I would need to know these things so that I could care for her in her older age. And it brought me to the conclusion that one of the things that we need to do is get elder care training in every business, every school, so that we are creating nurturing and supportive environments in the home for the elderly people. But my first question is about the whole of country mobilization. If you have ideas or plans, or what would you like to see happen to make something like that a reality?
Thank you, Honorable Member. So that's a very good question. And the truth is that this is really the only thing that is going to work. Like, nothing else is going to work. By whole of country, we have to involve not only the ministry and the government departments, we have to go to the private sector, the NGOs, community-based organizations, families, individuals. This thing has to become part of our everyday conversation. And people have to feel that it is not the government's problem, but that it is a country's problem and also a country's opportunity. And to the extent that we can shift the thinking from it being a burden or a problem to the potential opportunity, I think is where we have to do most of our work. Now, we've established in the ministry several committees, you know, and these committees are multi-sectoral. Up until yesterday, I took a paper to cabinet in relation to another area, but where we were looking at bringing together persons from the faith-based organizations, the NGO movement in its wider sense, working closer with the Ministry of Labor to get across the point, pulling together all these committees. I've also said that, as I did again talking to you in Haynesville, but also in the other places that we've done that work, a lot of the conversations that we're going to need to have are just regular one-on-one conversations. You know, when you're doing community work, if you're trying to do what Rian spoke to, which is like a participatory poverty assessment, you go to the people, right? As part of a PPA, you go directly to the people. And there are many communities, and you have to respect it, it is what it is. There are many communities that you really will get no forward unless you go to the gatekeepers in the communities. That is just the truth. And we have to know who the gatekeepers are in the various communities. Oftentimes, they're not the churches anymore. Oftentimes, they're not the family members anymore. Oftentimes, surely not a government institution. Oftentimes, they're people who may, let the ordinary people sitting by a block, maybe by a shop, people who actually control, you know, the power in certain communities. We have to bring them in too. And that the role of the state is to adapt itself and to make itself flexible to be able to source information from all these people and to be able to allow these people to help us in the process. I've often found that people who the country has written off for whatever reason are oftentimes the best people to deliver a social message. I found, as we did when we were discussing persons with disabilities, that people who we expect to stand up and help people in the bus, or people who are carrying heavy bags in their communities, you expect some man in a nice collar and tie and his car to jump out and help you. No. It is the boy on the block who will get off the block and come and help you carry home those bags. Yet we use people for certain purposes, and in the purposes of development, we leave them out. It is an irreconcilable contradiction, and it only serves to be injurious to the country in the long term. And so the question for me is, how do I pull all of these people to be part of the development process, including the traditional actors, including the stakeholder organizations, and then simple things like running programs on GIS, running programs on TV, running programs on social media. I feel we got to get the message back into the school. I will close by telling you this, honorable member. I gave a graduation talk in my constituency, and it was to the children who did 11 plus. It was just my area. And I asked them, like, how many of y'all have relationships with your grandparents or older people? They said, we don't deal with that. I said, how many of y'all do chores on mornings, like, you know, sweep the house, take out the animals, you know, do something? We don't deal with that. So then I said to them, well, the problem isn't here. The parents were on one side, the children on another side. I said to the parents, said, what y'all doing? They're like, you know what I mean? What are we raising if we don't teach our children some very basic responsibility and basic values? And there was only 2 parents in a crowd of about 60 that felt that what I was saying made sense. But, you know, we have to raise our children in a way that teaches them some responsibility, so that when they become adults, when they become the heads of the NGOs, the bankers, the lawyers, the doctors, the guys on the block, that they are able to receive this kind of message. The challenge is that a lot of our people, in many cases, haven't been given the message. So I know, look, I feel that there's just so much work to do in this regard. Because we could call it a whole country approach if we want, but unless we bring the country to a point where they think that they are partners, and both the persons to my side and behind me would tell you that I keep making the point that everything now is about partnership. The ministry has to do its work in partnership. And then right as I end, honorable member, I think one of my persons would like to share a few words or no?
You have 1 minute.
Mr. Wiltshire, please.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, we recognize that there are programs that must be developed so that the whole country sees it as part of their role in helping the aging and to keep the rights of older persons, which include being active, being healthy. And we recognize that you need these strategies. The policy itself is the 2023 to 2028 National Policy on Aging for Barbados, which was developed by the consultants of the university, Professor Dwayne Devonish and Dr. Lawrence Nurse, with support from PAHO. And it has not only set out the core areas of investigation and structure, which would be financial and economic security, social security, health and health systems, physical and built environment, social environment, legislation, long-term care, which is another of our concerns as more and more people get older with with chronic diseases, and of course pandemics, disasters, and emergencies. But they've not only just put those on the table, they've also set out a very defined and detailed strategic plan which goes over the 5-year span of the policy. And in that strategic plan are the activities that will need to garner that whole country approach, because legislation may be one aspect, but of course there is public education, there is public information and campaigns, and because what we're doing is changing behaviors, changing attitudes, and therefore what is seen in those over the 5 years, year 1, year 2, year 3, is building on that whole holistic approach to the end of the 5 years. Now, it's a very ambitious, but then again, we have to be ambitious. We have to set our sights at the stars. And about resources, you say, okay, it's ambitious. What about resources? It is expensive, but as the minister will always say, it's more expensive if we don't. So this is what we're looking for, leaning for. Of course, during the course of it, there will be always frequent reviews, probably preferably every year, so that we know where we are going. And if we need to, we tweak and start again. But yes, it's everybody's business from the day you're born. Aging is your business. And aging itself is not a problem. It is a condition. It is only when there are obstacles in the way that it becomes a problem. And that is what the policy is aiming to fix and address.
Another question, Minister, is the issue of elder abuse. It's a very pervasive thing within our society and growing, and that abuse is sometimes covert and overt, whether it is adult children living in a home and not contributing to the home and leaving the burden on elderly parents to try to work out how to pay the bills and keep things going that they themselves will use. And then there's the overt where they misuse pensions, misuse their property, funds, etc. My concern with the legislation you're seeking to bring, I'm looking forward to it. I'm not sure how are we going to be able to get the reports. Would parents be willing to report when there's abuse going on against them? How would something like that be dealt with?
I would like the Director of National Assistance speak, and Ms. Wiltshire.
Elder abuse, yes, very, very real, as you would have said, pervasive, but very underreported as well. We get approximately 10 referrals per month for cases of elder abuse. Up to the time we get them, we call them allegations, because very often you can get those referrals, but when you go and you do the actual assessment and meet with the families and so on, you see that is something different. But as I said, it's underreported. Unfortunately, it is still very, very much seen as a private matter. So even though you can go to households, and usually it is referrals, sometimes the referrals come not only from other entities with whom the elderly interact, but it can come from family members living within the household as well, and who often try to do it very, very anonymously. It can also come from neighbors in the community who do not really want to be identified. Sometimes you can go to do your assessment, and you have to make several visits before you can build that trust or before you can get any information, because very often you're told, well, it has nothing, this is a private matter, it has nothing to do with you all, or it is denied. We also have to be very mindful that we do no harm to older persons, because realistically, after we have done our assessment and we have gone, we leave that person in the household with the perpetrator. However, there are cases where, whether it's done intentionally, unintentionally, overtly, or covertly, it is abuse. But very often you have to work with the families. Some of them are not doing it intentionally. The representative earlier would have talked about Alzheimer's and the whole issue of dementia. Sometimes families cannot cope, so you may go and you may see that there's restraint. And that is done not to abuse, but for the safety of the person if they are not at home. Notwithstanding that, there are persons who will blatantly abuse. And particularly so when we see a lot of it when it comes to finances and it comes to property. Yes, there's the neglect and the abandonment as well, but very often, sometimes families are at their wits' end. They are not coping, and it's not that they want to abandon the older person, whether it's at the hospital or wherever, but they have just reached the end of their theta. So even as we're talking about legislation, remember we cannot legislate behavior. And the legislation will really for those persons who continue as it relates to property and finances. So we have to balance it. So while we're even doing the legislation, we have to work on behaviors. The question was asked, can we teach people to care? And that is what we have to look at. How do we get families to care for the older persons? And it cannot begin at the point where the person becomes old. So there's still a lot of work to be done with families. We also have to look at what services and what support we can give to families, whether it's daycare, which serves to give the caregiver some respite, as well as to give the older person some respite from their caregiver as well. We also have to look at going forward, and one of the plans that we will have is the whole issue of respite care for older persons as well. One of the things that we are finding is that we are getting a lot of older persons who live alone, or two older persons living together, and we have elderly caring for elderly, and sometimes just don't know how. So that's how you get the neglect or the self-abuse as well. So we have to look at the broad spectrum of abuse, and even though while we are waiting, we are clamoring for the legislation, we have to work on persons and their behaviors and where they need help.
That was my last question.
Sorry, Chair. I don't know if Mr. Wiltshire wanted to add.
Yes, thank you, the Honourable Member of St. James South. As the Honourable Member of St. Thomas will tell you, every day she gets reports on elder abuse, every single day, numerous reports. The legislation will try to cover the field of such abuses, whether it be emotional, financial, physical. It will cover the field of abuse, and of course, the state has fairly limited opportunity for intervention at this time, because unlike with children, which are minors, the persons have to be, consulted and all of the whole process. But what we are looking at is mandatory reporting, which could then be investigated, and each case would then be given the kind of attention that it needs and the remedy that it would require.
Then, on that question, look, on elder abuse, as we have done with child abuse in the child protection legislation, and you will see in the coming child justice bill, as we've done in the legislation that is pending for persons with disabilities, and the ministry's orientation on training, education, and support for families, and to do all those things. But after all of those things, and people still continue to abuse elderly persons, there will be a zero tolerance approach in the ministry. There has to be a zero tolerance approach when it comes to this, and that's the only way we're going to be able to address it. So I think that the public could look forward to us being a lot more stern, having done the necessary work to get people ready, but having done that, zero tolerance.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and also Honorable Member for St. James South. Honorable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me offer my congratulations to the Minister, my very good friend and his team. I wouldn't be long based on time, but I have a lot to say in a very short space of time. But I want to start, Mr. Minister, by bringing some clarity to something that was discussed yesterday, if you permit me to, Mr. Chairman, and also something that was mentioned today. Yesterday we spoke about the dearth of housing within people's empowerment. But I want to thank the ministry and this government, and this is a story to be told. We have housed over, and Mr. Pardon, my good friend, we became very good friends as a result of Hurricane Elsa. We've housed over, I think you've housed over 200 persons in this country as a result of the effects of Hurricane Elsa and the freak storm. And I think the public needs to know this. So when we speak about the lack of housing and people's empowerment can't find housing, I think that is one of the main reasons why, and you have done a remarkable job in assisting this government, and of course the role that I hold as Minister of Housing. I want to thank you. I also want to add some clarity as well to something that was said this morning, because again, it's a story to be told. We have spent over the last 4 years, between 2018 and 2022, $2.1 million on persons living with HIV and AIDS, this government. And while we have an excellent partnership with the Ministry of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs, this money was spent on over 40 persons. 1 million in terms of finding accommodation, and another million, 1.1 million in terms of houses under construction. Over 40 persons living in SIB. Another story to be told. But I want to go into this whole aspect of community elderly care. That's one question, and my second one would be to the minister directly. But community elderly care, we have a sector that we call part of the third sector, the church. And I want to know, how have we, I know we have embraced the church, but I want you to tell the country, how have we embraced the church in terms of utilizing those built assets? We just approved the building of a new geriatric hospital, and persons may think that that hospital can house all of the elderly people, but that's impossible. And I know you have a vibrant community elderly care program, and you mentioned that yesterday, but I'm specifically targeting the church and the role, the type of partnership you have with the church in terms of providing not only elderly care, but also child care. And I will ask my next question, so you answer all at one point in time, and I have to go to a 12:15 meeting. I want to thank you, DPM, for giving me the opportunity. How are we honoring our international commitment on the rights of the child? And how does that relate to helping children in Barbados? And I know, Minister, you have a story to tell the country. And my final question deals with persons living with disability. And this is directed to my very good friend, Mr. Hollingsworth, as well. I have a lot of friends sitting over here, man. Mr. Hollingsworth, This question came to me from a constituent this morning. Is a wheelchair-bound person, and it's not a hard question. I know you have constraints. I'm not putting you on the spot. That's not what I'm here to do. But I'm here for you to tell the country what are some of the constraints, because the person said to me that the disability transport, they were denied because there's a shortage. The disability transport usually takes person to the polyclinics on a monthly basis for their routine checks. And I know you have constraints, so you can tell the country what are you doing to address some of those constraints, because we have a lot of persons living with disability across the country who depend on that transportation on a monthly or weekly basis. Those are my questions, and I'm hoping if we have more time, I will come back with some accolades, because this ministry has done tremendous work. And in closing, I am one who will put up my hand to say that the people of St. George, they have benefited from the welfare transformation over the last 2 years, Mr. Minister and team. And I want to congratulate you. The work that you are doing at the Glebe, what's the name now, the new name? Freddie Miller's facility. And the people of St. George, they have asked me to tell you, thank you for the service that you have provided to those persons who depend on welfare. That is only over the past 4 years though, but prior we had many challenges. But I have seen a rebirth of that unit, and it has benefited the people in St. George. I thank you and keep up the good work.
Thank you. May I proceed, Chair? Thank you, Honorable Member. I hope that you do have time to hear the responses to these very important questions. The first, I think, was in relation to housing. Generally, I must also tell you, and Senior Minister, thanks, I think it would be unfair and untrue for me to suggest that we haven't been able to receive housing as a result of the relationship. It is just that the point we're making is that the pressure on the system is such, and even within the private sector, there are persons who just do not wish to have a relationship with either the department, the ministry, or the people whom we represent. That's just the truth. In relation to the relationship, I don't know if the PS or Mr. Potter would want to speak about that relationship over time since ELSA, but I think in a much more philosophical sense, the truth is that the ministry and your ministry must work together. We have an amount in the ministry every year. This year, I think it's 4-point-something million for disasters. So in the event of a disaster, we are able to provide food and provide housing, accommodation, at least pay for it, for persons who might be affected by a disaster, whether it is ELSA, as was the case a couple of years ago, or some unforeseen event. Again, this is a case where the ministry and the government has been fairly forward-thinking, because we cannot be talking about the unpredictable nature of climatic events and not prepare for them. The PM says sometimes that you should never find yourself reacting to a situation you should see coming. And we do know that climatic events, dastardly ones, are always going to be coming given climate change. So I would ask the PS just to share maybe a few of the numbers in relation to where we're doing with, which we call kind of like social housing, but disaster relief housing. I don't want to get into any details, except to say that we've been able to house persons, make sure that they were accommodated, while the Ministry of Housing works assiduously to provide them with housing.
Thank you, Minister. And at this juncture, I really wish to commend the officials in the Ministry of the Housing and Lands, as well as my team, for working collaboratively in ensuring that the persons who were impacted by Hurricane Elsa were provided with accommodation at very short notice. You know, we always talk about government working in silos, but in a situation where we needed a national effort to facilitate these persons, the relevant officials were able to work very quickly and very closely to ensuring that these persons were provided with temporary accommodation. So I'll give you some figures in relation to what transpired in July over the last 19 months or so, subsequent to the passage of ELSA. The actual expenditure, the overall expenditure on the accommodation for the households who were impacted by ELSA is actually $4.6 million since July 2nd, I think 2021. And the initial accommodation of those persons, the number of households that were initially accommodated were 93 households for a total number of 295 persons. There were a number of accommodation sites, 3 sites in terms of community accommodation. We had the Spiritual Baptist, well, I won't go into all those details, but the total number of accommodation sites amounted to 52. So there are still a number of persons in temporary accommodation. We have been working very closely with you, the Ministry of Housing and Lands, in terms of facilitating these persons. So we will continue to work closely with your ministry, Honourable Member, to ensure that the persons continue to be accommodated and are put back into their respective houses. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my honourable member specifically about how we're working with the church. You know, I was briefly, very briefly when I assumed the ministry, I thought I was minister responsible for the church and ecclesiastical affairs, but apparently it wasn't. That's the honor given to the honourable member for St. Peter. And so we've been having conversations. In fact, the third sector and myself have had meetings. We've had several meetings with the honourable member. I know that the honourable minister before me, the member for St. Thomas, has done tremendous work, given her relationship with the church and other religious groups, to be honest. She's done tremendous work in this regard with working with partners in the church and being able to offer support. The question is, I think I think I can say this in summary without getting into too much details. If there is a group that is offering support to the elderly persons, they should contact the ministry so that we could partner with them in a way that allows them to do more or to go deeper, but allows us to reach wider people. So if that institution is the church, or if it is some other NGO or a CBO, or if it is an individual, I want to know who they are so that we could deepen that relationship. I think your second question was in relation to the disabilities, I think. There was one on disabilities. And then the other one on the rights of the child. So I would let the director of the NDU speak to the question on disabilities.
Thank you, Minister. John Hollisworth, Director of the National Disabilities Unit. To answer your question, Honourable Member, for a very long time, the National Disabilities Unit was without a vehicle, an operational vehicle. That is a vehicle that have a lift to transport persons with wheelchairs. Government, through the National Disability, or the National Disabilities Unit, through government, was able to purchase 2 Nissan Airvans, 15-seater buses, with adaptable lifts to be able to transport persons with disabilities. And that relieved persons or wheelchair users tremendously in seeking to get to their medical appointments. Because what transpired before was that these persons were at the mercy of the private providers who would charge as much as $200 for a trip to the hospital or to a polyclinic. So that significantly relieved them of that exorbitant expense. And it has even gone further in that that cost has even doubled since the last rate to taxi operators. Having purchased those vehicles, we went with the smaller version because the bigger bus that was in the possession of the National Disabilities Unit was a 30-seater Nissan civilian bus. This was way too large, and the lift on this bus was not in operation. This particular vehicle could not reach the homes of persons with disabilities, particularly wheelchair users. So the investment in the Nissan Airvans allowed us to go to those homes, practically to the front door of those persons. There is still a great demand because over the past year, we would have seen about 60 requests for assistance with transportation by persons with disabilities to their medical appointments. They don't only ask for transportation to medical appointments, they also ask for transportation to recreational events, transportation to church, transportation to the beach, etc. But given the limited capacity that we have, we had to prioritize. And what we have sought to do basically is to provide the assistance to persons who are in a life or death situation, persons who require transportation because they need to get dialysis treatment, persons who require transportation because they need to collect oxygen because they have respiratory challenges. So we seek to prioritize them because if they are without that transportation, it is highly likely that they can die. We do have some issues, although we would have acquired this transportation, and I must add here that we are in the process of acquiring another bus. I was hoping that we would have had it since last week, Friday, but in speaking to the garage, we're supposed to get it today or early next week. Nevertheless, we will acquire a new one, another one, by next week, and therefore we'll be able to extend our services to include also persons who want to participate in recreational events and go to church and other things like that. Currently, we only offer the service to on weekdays, Mondays to Fridays, but we're hoping that once this bus is acquired, that we'll be able to extend that to weekends. In addition, because they work so hard, the two buses that we have in possession, there's sometimes disruptions in the service because they obviously have to get service, and secondly, sometimes because of the demand on the lift that is part of the vehicle, they sometimes malfunction and we have to get them fixed. So there could be some disruptions. And you would have said transportation once a week, but sometimes some persons, especially dialysis persons, they have to get to their appointments like 3 times per week. We seek to facilitate them. Right now on our roll, we have near 30 persons that we transport on a weekly basis to ensure that they retain a level of health and livelihood that is satisfactory to them and to their families. Without that particular service, I think that we could be into a serious problem, a very serious problem, because persons can't afford the transportation and then their health could be at risk.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, with Minister's permission, Mr. Lee Rose, the Social Policy Advisor, to speak on the question relating to meeting of Barbados commitments on the International Convention on the Rights of the Child. Mr. Rose?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, PS. Lee Rose, Social Policy Advisor. It should be noted, colleague, that Barbados last reported to the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child in 2016, with a number of urgent actions arising from that report delivered to the country in 2017. The urgent actions, I speak about them because then that relates to your question rather. There were a number of them. The need to expedite child-friendly child protection legislation based on the best interest of the child, that's one. The need to improve child-specific data collection and analysis. The need for greater alignment of the legislative framework with the rights of the child. The establishment of alternative care mechanisms for children in need of protection. And this speaks to a greater emphasis on foster care and adoption. Also, the need to amend our national approaches to juvenile justice, and the development of a national action plan for child protection. Those are some of the elements that came out of the report. I'm pleased to say that we've worked on the vast majority of those actions in collaboration with these various sectoral interests and the National Committee on the Rights of the Child, and you will hear a lot more about that early in the upcoming financial year. And in terms of our reporting process on the rights of the child, it should be noted that we have opted to implement the simplified reporting procedure for our national reporting on the rights of the child. The name, as it suggests, is a simpler, less onerous report process in terms of the human and other resources needed to comply, and is a more focused exercise, and it allows for our national reporting to be fast-tracked for review and then further action. In terms of a date, because naturally that would be a natural question we would ask, the UN has advised that there's no current date for our reporting process, but we in the ministry have all our mechanisms in place for when the Human Rights Office indicates Barbados' report. And partially the reason I understand is because many state parties have had issues related to COVID and related to their reporting, so that's pushed back the process. So I'm hoping that that answers your question.
Please use the mic.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Right, just to bring the matter closer to the ground, I'm going to ask Ms. Roseanne Richards, the Director of Child Care Board, to speak to any specific issues in relation to meeting our international commitments. Ms. Richards?
Good afternoon, everyone. Roseanne Richards, Director of the Child Care Board. To add to what Mr. Rosewood has stated, when we were drafting the new child protection legislation, we made every effort to ensure that we would have been in compliance with the tenets of the Conventions on the Rights of the Child and any other international conventions that we would have signed on to, particularly to ensure that the welfare of the child is taken care of and promoted, to ensure that children are provided with a level of care and protection, that they're protected from neglect and abuse. We also have actively in our ministry a CRC committee that looks at all the different clauses or tenets of the convention to ensure that we are in compliance. And we are guided on a daily basis by the convention as well as the efforts in the new legislation. I mean, it's not enforced as yet, but at least what we had working with before is very skeletal, and we're aware of what we have to do to move forward, what's in the best interest of the children of Barbados.
Thank you, Mr. Minister and team. I almost forgot I have a long-standing friend, Ms. Richards, as well in this team. But let me end off by thanking this very important ministry. You have presented exceptionally well. You're doing a lot of work that this country needs to know about. And I also want to thank the former minister who led the charge, member for St. Thomas, for the good work that she pioneered in this ministry. And I know the welfare department is better as a result of the work that the member for St. Thomas pioneered to transform that section. And we are indeed better as a people in St. George. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over to you again.
Thank you, Honorable Member
Houses
for St. George South. Honorable Member for St. Thomas.
No, I complain.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I shall be very brief because I recognize that other honorable members will wish to speak. And I was just winking at Dr. Wiltshire to say to her, we're going to set up a forum next week that we could probably go on the calling program or whatever to be able to help to send some of the messages from here. That is the excellent work that this ministry has been doing. And I want to commend the Honorable Minister and his team for what they have been doing. And rather than talk any more about the policy and all that, which will be unfolding, I would just want to raise two small areas so that the other honorable members can have their contributions done. And the first one is to do with palliative care and the excellent work that the institution is doing under Ms. Deanne Sobers and her team, because Barbadians are not conscious as to what suffering families endure at the last moments of their lives. And I think that that is an area that we need to place emphasis on, whether it is an aged person or a young person. It is an area that even the now Chief Medical Officer, sometime in 2000, I think, and 12, had raised the matter. But because so many people are dying from the comorbidities and all that, the last days of dying, where caregivers are all drawn out, they're about to lose it. We need to place more emphasis as a country on palliative care. And I'm not going to leave that there because it is something that we could discuss on another occasion in the interest of time. The only one I wanted to really speak about, and I believe this is most critical as well, is Partnership for Peace. It is one of the most wonderful programs that I have seen. Barbadians are angry, some of them, and we can understand some of the reasons why. And COVID has exacerbated a really bad situation subsequent to the project when it started, with males who had been engaged or perpetrated females and had to go before the court of law. And the court system with the magistrates and the personnel there, they coordinated a program called the Partnership for Peace to be able to help those men over the challenges that they have, and in order for them to conform with the instructions, to be able to attend sessions for counseling and all that, and to be able to speak about their aggression and what had led to their actions, the results, as far as I am aware, have been really very, very successful. Excuse me. And the end part of it is that whatever the infraction would have been in relation to beating the women and pulverizing them and not giving the child maintenance, so they will then be able to have it cleared or expunged from their character record. It has been going exceptionally well previously, but unfortunately the ministry doesn't have the human resources to be able to do it from the point of view those two persons who were assigned before have now been promoted to other departments and nobody is filling in there. And to my mind, it is so critical because every day we are seeing so much violence, especially partner-based violence, men beating women and sometimes women beating men. And therefore, I think it is important. But the critical point I wanted to make when I'm raising it very briefly is because when the magistrates and the other personnel in the court system found out what was going on, the males who had gone through and had graduated, and I had the privilege of attending one of the graduation ceremonies, and I felt so proud to see that those men who were so rough and tumble and beat up the women were so quiet and embracing in the exercise. And I don't think they would have gone back before the court because I believe then the character reference would have the information on it. But the point is, the males said it would be wonderful if the females in Barbados get that opportunity because, Mr. Chairman, you can say what you like. Women are very aggressive too. And I will not sit back and let a man hit me and let it go. But sometimes the women are not getting the child maintenance. They're probably looking at another partner because there's no money coming in, or they're not being treated well, or the partner they have might have had sex and never several women. I don't know. And of course, the men are saying to the court system, the women are the ones who provoke us and sometimes cause us to react the way we do, hence the outcome. And I think that this is something too that the ministry needs to work more assiduously with because it has not been functioning for a while. But it is extremely critical. No life lost is worth it. When we have so many families, and a lot of Bajan men have a lot of different children for different partners, and so some women as well. But if there are differences in the family, there has to be forms of mediation, consultation, all kinds of interactions to be able to help to strengthen those persons and the counseling that is necessary. And we don't look towards it as a culture. We don't seem to understand that we must pay attention to matters of that nature and to stymie that whole approach of violence and sometimes loss of life. So I want to commend the ministry for the excellent work. Those two officers were doing very well. I want to say that the synergies have worked with the court system. But it is extremely important that we get that partnership for peace going again and the kind of record keeping that is necessary, and that we engage women who are aggressive and are hitting at the men and fighting and doing whatever that is wrong, so that when they have to go to the court system, they go through that program that helps to strengthen them, their personality, their knowledge, and the kind of temperament that they have, that they're able to treat it in a different manner. And as I said, sir, we will take to the public domain in relation to some of the aspects of what has been discussed here today, because I know in the interest of time, it would not be easy for me to be able to delve into a number of the areas that I have listed that will help to make the difference. And so I want to finally highly commend the government for establishing an elder care department in the way it has. It has been long overdue. The Honorable Member for Christ St. Michael East will tell you, since 2003, I had a project for a daycare center in St. Thomas for the elderly. Daycare center for the elderly. The property is now falling apart, but it does not mean that we must not be putting them or positioning them across the country where we can get help. And rightly so, the Honorable Minister said earlier about the connections with the faith-based groups. So you're talking about St. Barnabas Church. I know of other governmental institutions and faith-based as well as private institutions that are doing daycare and doing exceptionally good work, particularly the National Assistance Board. They're occupying church halls and so on to be able to bring this aged together, that they can recreate, that they can use the skills than their innate abilities to be able to make a difference. And so we will continue to engage. I thank the Honorable Minister for the privilege to be working with Dr. Wiltshire and others. And once we get out there with the community linkages and the intergenerational linkages as well, where we have so many retired persons, males and females, and we have changed the whole culture of our society, where we know of the extended family and the excellent work that extended families played in making sure that the father, the mother, well, sometimes not the father, but most of the mother, uncle, auntie, everybody had been a role model and stabilized families. We've now gone to the nuclear families, where little girls and boys at primary are walking with a key around their necks. They let themselves in the house. There's no engagement in the community. There are no mentors in the way that there were before, and therefore we are losing a lot of those intergenerational linkages which are associated with our programs that we are designing to be able to get the blessings of the Honorable Minister and the Cabinet of Barbados, that we can go out into the communities. We're ready for the Granddaddy Project to start up. It has got the blessings of the Ministry of Education. We want to do one in each of the zones. We also started the community elder care conversations, where family members are an integral part of it. The two we have had so far, on the 16th of February, those came off well. People came out in their large numbers, and they were saying for how long we were waiting for this, more than probably 25 years. And so we are on the right trajectory at this time. But as I indicated, in the interest of allowing my other colleagues to get a chance, I know that our time will come when we do the interactions with the various community groups and engage. Up to tonight, the Honorable Minister, well, the Permanent Secretary has sent some kind of communication where there is a group that wants to discuss this matter. And so we are going to be engaging as many organizations and institutions, private, public, as well as faith-based and so on, to be able to help us with this, because this is a matter that is impacting on the lives of every single household in Barbados. And I close, sir. I receive more than 100 calls a week from persons who say, my mother is being robbed, we are being beaten. There's a set of people who come around and cash checks for us, and they charge $30 a check for the old people in their homes, which is downright ridiculous, criminal. For every time that a senior citizen can't walk, can't move out, has no family, that anybody should come to the house, give them resources, and take $30 per check, and go into the bank, some of them, with 30 checks in their hand, and they're being processed. It is criminal. And therefore, the legislation that we have worked towards, and it will soon be going forward to the organization that will help us with the framing of it, will tackle all of those areas, because I cannot wait, Mr. Chairman, sir, to see a good few Barbadians get put in prison when that legislation comes, because our senior citizens are our nation builders, and they worked and toiled in the plantation fields and in white people's houses and stores in town. And then all of a sudden, because they're coming down with early dementia or Alzheimer's, they are being treated like the boys and girls in the yard. Unless we link our young people, go to the district hospital, do the visits, let them see what is happening, work with them in the households and in the villages, and get the mentors to work with them so the knowledge and the skills can be passed on. We would just be spinning top in mud, spending millions of dollars, and then there will be no result in the way that we expect it. We are in the departure zone. My honorable comrade and member here for St. Michael East, whether he likes it or not, we are in the departure lounge. We don't know what will happen to us in another few weeks' time if anything triggers our memory or our health. And therefore, I think it is incumbent upon us to be able to do what has to be done to make sure that the centenarians in Barbados and the aged get and enjoy the services that are required to be able to help them to live longer and healthier lives as a result of what we, the younger generation, do to help them stabilize them and their lives and the longevity that they require living in peace and harmony wherever they are across this country. And those are the general comments I will wish to make, Mr. Chairman, sir, in the interest of time and giving way to my colleagues who would have a lot of questions. And if I have to be able to answer to them in 2 minutes anytime, I have absolutely no problem, because these civil servants here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, as I close, worked in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs from March the 17th 17th, 2020, every day leading up to 2022, except Easter Sunday, particularly in 2020. And I think that the insults and the criticisms, because we're not spreading our word to let people know the quality work that has been done there and continues to be done, that when they look at all of them, sir, excellent work, one of the best functioning institutions in this country. And I take kudos after them, with your permission, to them, sir, with your permission, because I was there. The Honorable Minister for St. Michael East is there. St. Michael South is there. He too understands, and he is there with them. And I know that we will be able to give some results. It's not only about money, but it is about service, quality, tithing of time, voluntary service, as well as other people coming on board to help to build Barbados, pass on the mores and the values to our new generation. So when their times come, the new generation will be able to carry on that legacy. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member, for your comments. And of course, I endorse every single word that was just said. It really is an honor to come after the Honorable Member for St. Thomas and to be able to deliver on some of this important work. I think the question that was asked, I would ask PS probably to shed some light in relation to Partnership for Peace, and then Mr. William Warner.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to give some brief information, and that is that in relation to Partnership for Peace, and I'll ask Mr. Warner to provide the details of this program, we have made provision for an expanded Partnership for Peace program in the next financial year. We also will be partnering with UN Women to ensure the successful execution of this program. So I will now ask Mr. Warner to just provide a few details in relation to the Partnership for Peace program. Mr. Warner?
Thank you, Permanent Secretary. Good afternoon. In terms of the Partnership for Peace program, it began in 2012, and so far we have done 13 cohorts of the program, and approximately 112 meals have passed through that program.
I hate to interrupt. Just give your...
Sorry, William Warner, Program Officer, Bureau of Gender Affairs. 112 meals have gone through the program, and I want to assure the honorable member for St. Thomas that Partnership for Peace program is alive and well. It has been relocated in the Bureau of Gender Affairs. I actually had some discussions with one of those persons who has been actively involved in the program from its inception, and we have gone through a number of areas where we think the program can be strengthened. One of the areas that we know we have to do a lot of work in is the outreach to the judges and to the Bar Association. I share the concern of the honorable member for St. Thomas about the women. Any person who commits act of domestic abuse, I believe, should be held accountable. At this stage, I would be very cautious, though, in terms of having women involved in the program, because as we may very well appreciate, sometimes men need a space where they can feel comfortable. So at this moment, I would be a little hesitant about bringing women into the program. But I think after we do our evaluation, then maybe be able to have a look maybe at how we can improve the program and also incorporate women in some aspect of it. Thank you.
Honorable Member, if you could just share what essentially the program is, though. What benefits we could anticipate from a Partnership for Peace, why the Honorable Member for St. Thomas would think it is so important, and why the PS has spoken to the fact that we've put more monies to it. What are some of the anticipated results of the program, and in your experience, the benefits to Barbados? Honorable Member, I meant Mr. Warner.
Okay, from our monitoring, for our evaluation report that was done on the program, a lot of the men expressed the fact that the program had benefited them, and that they felt that they were in a better position to handle the anger. Also, they were able to share some of the program with their colleagues. And generally, some of them, they commended the program generally. That was a good program, and one that they would recommend to their other male counterparts.
Thank you. Honorable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have a single question. The minister, as he spoke in introducing the head and the session in the well of the Parliament, spoke to his vision of a ministry which is not simply responding to challenges that arise, so taking all the telephone calls and the online applications that we've heard of today, but actually being proactive in raising the standard of existence. He spoke to realizing human dignity. And my question has to do with what can the minister or any of his team share with us with respect to realizing that vision, the vision where the ministry becomes proactive, being intentional about establishing the dignity and worth of all human beings in the country, rather than being a ministry that is bombarded, or that is only bombarded by telephone calls and emails and those kinds of things.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I also want to thank you, too, for the working relationship that we have, obviously, because our ministries have to work together, particularly as it relates to the third sector, but also labor, but particularly the third sector, to be able to deliver to people. And I also think to be able to get that same vision that you just expressed across, because there is no way that the government and this ministry is going to be able to deliver on its mandate if we remain so insular in our understanding and insular in our outpouring of support as well. And so I really feel one of the first things we have to do is continue to deepen our relationship so that we work through the third sector, work through the NGO sector, and of course continue the great working relationships that we have as ministers and MPs, to be able to do this work. I was going to say in my closing comments about this idea of trust and ego. I think I'll say it no, because there is a natural distrust between the state and its people oftentimes, right? It just happens. I remember once I posted before I was an MP on my social media, I used to make a lot of social comments, and people said, oh, you should become a politician. You have such good ideas. You care about the people. I became a politician. I said the same things. You're just saying that because you're a politician. You don't care about the people. And everything has changed, and I'm the same as that person, It's just the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister laughing because she knew long before when we were busy trying to be young social activists and rebels. And so there is this distrust that just exists between politicians, between the state and its people. But I feel that gap has to be filled by the third sector, the NGO sector, that has a natural, almost a more legitimate relationship in people's understanding with themselves. And I feel that the state has to step back. Do not see it as an ego process, but step back and work through a lot of these NGOs to be able to deliver the work. And that is just the truth. We have to strengthen. Anybody in this group would tell you that I keep talking about partnerships. Not because, and Mr. Rose, who's behind me, would tell you that we weren't just talking about giving money, but real meaningful partnership that allows us to deliver on our mission. We wrote a paper, Mr. Rose, Ms. Richards, actually, and myself, we wrote a paper years ago on can the state build social capital? And the question that we were asking was, given the fact that a lot of our natural, organic CBOs and community vibe had died, how can the state deliver on that mandate? How can we fill that gap? And we recognized that to do that, we had to do this work to build social capital through these NGOs. And so I think that's the first thing, Honorable Member. We step back, we swallow our ego. It is not about pride, it is not about us, but it's about building trust and being able to deliver and through institutions that people trust and so on. Of course, with the checks and balances to make sure that there's no skullduggery when it comes to government funds, because you still have to ensure that the funds are accounted for. I think we've also all subjected ourselves to the CFR process, the commitment for results, where we've listed our plans for the year, we've set timelines for the year. I think you have to be serious about monitoring and evaluation our plans and our targets and our goals and report to the public and report to ourselves. I've told PS at every meeting we have a Gantt chart almost, and we say every meeting where we were this and where we were that, and where, to hold ourselves accountable to be able to account to the people. I think also there can be no continuation, and I've been in this ministry a long time. I mean, I joined this ministry in 2002, and so I consider myself a public servant in many ways, but this idea that any government agency or any ministry can be tone deaf, it has to stop. Because if it is that you're delivering goods and services and people are not receiving you for one reason or the other, it is an opportunity in my mind to stop, reflect, re-examine, and having done that work, re-engage in a way that allows you to serve the people in a better way. So I just think now for us, we have the skills. This group here is so talented. I know we have these skills. And so we just have now to remain humble and to look at our work and just put people first and deliver. I mean, in very common, simple words, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to end, not with a follow-up question, but to recognize the point you made and maybe emphasize it some more. Because the issues are cross-cutting, the addressing of the issues must be collaborative, and I appreciate your speaking to not approaching these matters in a siloed way, engaging not just other government departments, but I know there is often, you spoke about the tension between government, the state, and the people, but there's also often tension between different arms of the same state, which must be, we have to put aside, and I've seen this firsthand in government, we have to put aside those things that cause us to feel that we are giving up turf or power or some kind of stupid stuff rather than focus on the issue. And I end by congratulating you, Minister, on your support for the Social Justice Committee, because that in itself is a collaboration between your ministry and the ministry that I have the honor and responsibility of leading, and to reaffirm and restate my commitment, because I know of yours, to making sure that we can allow Barbadians to live in dignity with the appropriate access to all the services that lend to good well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Michael Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess all good things come to those who wait, and I have waited patiently. Let me first of all say thank you to the Minister in his overview of where this ministry is not only at, but also intending to go. I also have appreciated listening to the members of the team. I had the honor under the former minister to work very closely with the team at this ministry when we were working on the care packages. And while I, like some of my colleagues prior to that, perhaps had a different view of the staff at the ministry, I certainly came to recognize, as the member for St. Thomas indicated, that there are a number of very hardworking, caring persons within this ministry who have done a lot with little, and perhaps sometimes have been misunderstood in terms of their approach to dealing with a number of the social matters that come before them. That is not to say that we don't have some work to be done in relation to those who may not interact and interface with people who have genuine issues and need to be things that need to be addressed in an emergency. But I am pleased to hear from the minister that dealing with the attitudes of officers is obviously a big part and thrust of these estimates, and that training has obviously started, because I, like the minister, agree that the people who have to interface when they're, particularly when they are in a crisis, but the persons they have to interface with have to also be persons who care. And therefore, I am pleased to hear that that transition is obviously taking place. I'm also happy to hear about the partnerships that the ministry intends to embark on. I just would want the minister perhaps to speak a little bit about how does he intend to break some of the processes that lead to us being able to execute quickly, to enter into those partnerships. Because while we take all this time on process, oftentimes we find ourselves in a situation where the most vulnerable are waiting on very important resources. And therefore, I think we have to really think seriously about the weight in terms of being able to get that aggressive focus of partnerships of the ministry together. I'm also mindful that with the amalgamation, there is going to be much hope in terms of how social services are delivered. And I'm excited by the fact that there's going to be a decentralization of a number of the resources into the communities. But I think, Minister, you mentioned in your opening that obviously there were conversations that now had to be had with the unions. I don't think you mentioned any timelines in terms of how long that is going to take. But my main question to start off with is really, not to pin you down to timelines, but simply to ask you to comment a bit as to what can people expect in the interim. Because while those discussions are ongoing, there are probably going to be conversations regarding transitions in terms of workers' status. What is that going to look like for the vulnerable person who is trying to access services? Are we going to have a longer wait? Are we going to start the phased approach of the decentralization of services into communities with those who are willing? What is it going to look like? It sounds good, but what is it going to look like over the course of the next few months?
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. And I mean, you're right. I think the truth is that the idea of partnership is very important to the ministry. I have said it several times. The direction that we're going, we've tried to make clear. But at the end of the day, I think I said in my opening, we got to shoot for the stars and still stay among the stones, get the galaxy and the ground right. Big things and small things. And your question is, because while the grass is growing, the horse oftentimes is still starving. So what are we going to do with that? So, the truth is sometimes these things take a little longer than one would like. Bureaucracy has its benefits, but bureaucracy also has its burdens, and sometimes people are loyal to processes that were shaped and given to us in times long past. Colonial era where you had to go through all these checks and balances and steps, People do things sometimes by rote because that's the way it's always been done. And I think some of our work is going to be to break that down and to be a little bit more, I think, not only curious about why we do things. The Prime Minister has asked all of us, deconstruct or reconstruct. What are these processes? Why are you doing this? Is this necessary? Will technology make it better? The questions that we ask ourselves in all of our ministries, and we ask ourselves in the ministry. For example, if I were to look at what we've been doing in welfare, we haven't waited for the amalgamation. We can't. I think the chief has been pretty excellent in being able to respond a lot quicker. In many cases, I also think there has to be a point where, you have to give your officers latitude to do things. And freedom to do things will come with error, but you have to give people room to make errors so that you could bounce forward, not bounce back, but bounce forward at the end of the day. So that, and I mean, I'm thankful for the PS who sits beside me because he also has a very flexible kind of understanding of work. And I think that's going to be very important. I think flexibility is the word because with the burden that is on welfare now, the 400 cases to one officer, that is pretty much like, we ran out of money in terms of the original allocation, I think, earlier this year, late last year. December, we were pretty much out of funds, which meant that we did all that we could do with the money that we had. We got some additional funds. I understand the ministry is giving us some additional funds now, and to be able to do things for people. But we have to be able to move faster. I've asked the officers to give people a break. You know, if you make a mistake, give people a break. When people come into the ministry, whether they're dressed well or not dressed well, whether they have an appointment or if they don't have an appointment, people come to see me. Originally, my Saturday used to be, I know this person didn't have an appointment, and now it's like, appointment, if they're there and somebody outside, let them come in. And I just think that has to be the way we do business, which is to prioritize people. You know, this idea that you have to be so loyal to function and to formality, and, you know, that is a burden that we're carrying. So we've put away a lot of that in the ministry. I think I run meetings, at least I try to. I run meetings almost like we're all even and we're just trying to get ideas. The only time, honorable member, I think that they would probably tell you that they see me get upset is when it is that somebody has disrespected somebody else, particularly a client. But generally, we run meetings like, you know, almost like how a round table is supposed to work. But I think it's about putting aside those functions and being experimental. I know that you care very much about the way we've been doing welfare, for the housing, for example, and how long that takes. And that people can't get their rent paid and they won't rent to us, and the idea of going to the agents as well, like just trying new things. So go to the agents, let them do the work on behalf of us. As long as we don't step on the crease in terms of the financial rules. So flexibility, reminding people every day, why is it? I asked PS the other morning, why do you come to work? I asked them, why do you come to work? Why are we here? If you keep that at the center, then I think we could do better. But again, recognizing that bureaucracy helps, recognizing that bureaucracy hurts.
Thank you, Minister. And I will just add to that, that leadership matters as well. And the ministry has benefited since 2018 from the level of leadership that cares. And I think that we are on the right track in terms of helping the staff to make that transition, that we're really here to provide a service, whether it's roads, whether it's water, whether it is welfare. At the end of the day, we cannot hold on to the systems that we have held dear because the systems are no longer working for the people and the demands are becoming greater as well. I want to go a little parochial though. I often don't do this, but since you have come from out of the bosom of my constituency, I think it would be only appropriate for you to shed some light for the residents in St. Michael's Southeast as to some of the plans for the Joris Dunner home and also for the Golden Rock Day Nursery. And I ask that because I think in respect, I know there are a number of persons from Vauxhall and I believe Lancaster that are currently being housed at that particular location at Joris Dunner. It also was a facility that would have housed a number of persons during Hurricane Elsa. And I am just curious, I don't see specific mention in the summary of the estimates for renovations to the existing structure. I know that there are some upgrades that are needed. And I would just want to know what is specifically happening there. Also, on my visits to the facility, one of the things, and I know I would have raised it with you, but I'll also raise it here, that struck me was the fact that there was no art in many of the rooms on the walls. The walls were pretty clear of any kind of images. I'm not sure if that is a deliberate intention of the ministry. But I think that places like that we're housing the elderly or we're having as these types of facilities need to look like home, a home away from home. I think that we have to look at that facility perhaps going forward, especially in that community where it is so densely populated, as being able to facilitate the care for a number of elderly persons within the community. You have an excellent program in the form of the elderly care program, which has been certainly meeting the needs of a number of the elderly. But I think once the persons are relocated from Lancaster back to Lancaster and Vauxhall, certainly there needs to be some clarity to the community as to whether they will be able to again utilize that particular space. As it relates to the Golden Rock Day Nursery, there are some renovations that are needed. I know there's also the issue of space. That is the go-to day nursery. I am almost certain that you may have attended that day nursery as well, Minister. And I would want to think that some attention would be paid to this space. There are some vehicles that are across the road from that nursery that I do feel that the ministry needs to pay some attention to, that are creating a nuisance for the residents. And while it should really rest with the environment, I think it has to be a concern deeper for your ministry because you have young babies and small children in that facility as well as staff. So I would want you to just address, are there provisions in these estimates to take into account the renovations that are required for those two facilities?
All right, thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister. And as yes, I do come from the bosom and I care very much about these issues. So I will ask the Director of the National Assistance Board to speak on the George Dana, and then I will ask the Director of Child Care Board to speak on the Dolores Marwell.
Thank you, Minister. So in relation to the George Dana Elderly Daycare Center, yes, we are aware that that facility does need some upgrade. We are concentrating on the completion of the Vauxhall Village first, and then Lancaster House. There is a philanthropic entity which has expressed an interest in doing some work with this facility. There was some stalling because they could not find the plans and so on. So they are working on that. We would have had an obstacle. We would have thought by now we would have gotten the facility back and running as a daycare center after being closed during COVID, but as I mentioned before, we had to relocate the older persons from Vauxhall. So as soon as that, most of those persons from who would have been housing during ELSA, we only have one person there now, and once his house is complete, which should be within a couple of months, he will be relocated as well, and the facility will be reused for the purpose it was really intended for in the initial phase. You would have mentioned about when you go to the facility, you're not seeing, you don't sense in terms of the ambience, and we would have realized that too, and there are some plans once we have upgrade to have a mural and have some art and so on in the place to improve the environment. If we're going to be speaking really of age-friendly environments, it's not only about the physical structure, but the whole atmosphere as well, and making people feel comfortable. So that is the thrust really, to really have our environments where a place that older people will want to be and staff will want to work. So that is in trend.
Ms. Richards on the day nursery.
Good afternoon. Roseanne Richards, Director of the Child Care Board. Honorable Minister, I think that I should first start by saying that this year we have put in about $200,000 into the estimates to look at renovations to some of our day nurseries. It is a small amount. I don't want to promise you that my word would be one of them, but we would put them on the 500. Oh, it increased to 500.
Yeah, we put in place 500,000, and
Yes.
I've tried to I wouldn't say cajole. I've tried
300 is for the Marwell?
I was thinking Marwell and Joan Arndal to be a land and pine, but you know they're in the estimates.
But the monies are there to start. It is a small amount. We would like to at least do a lot to the day nurseries, but it's a start. So I don't want to promise you, but we would have you in mind. In relation to, you said about the numbers, the capacity, I think that's one of the smaller ones, and I know that we have a long waiting list. I think we might have to look at, as a department, a ministry, and possibly a government, building more day nurseries because there is request, and I think that the fact that the fees are so small, it is great attraction for persons to want to get their children, not only the fees, but what we offer. The package is very good, so that is something that we would have to look at going forward, building additional daycare facilities.
I think the minister has heard you loud and clear, and I'm sure the next estimates will hopefully reflect additional facilities within that community. I just wanted to go back to the comment that was made earlier in relation to the George Dana home, because just as a follow-up point, I would want to encourage perhaps activities being done in the facility once we have, because you have so many elderly people there. Again, on my visit, everybody was in their rooms, and I think that there's just one communal space, two communal spaces, but there needs to be activity, because if there's not activity, elderly people will just revert into their own bubble. And while that is good to some extent during COVID, I think as we come out, we need to find safe activities for people to engage in as well. So I would hope that that type of activity can return in terms of healthy lifestyles, conversations about health and healthcare and stuff like that within the actual home. My last question relates to the People's Assemblies. I note that you have a budget again this year for the People's Assemblies. Obviously, this administration would have brought an end to what we considered to be not the best approach in relation to getting participation of the public in governance in this country. There was obviously a process that was taking place previously where it did not necessarily allow for persons to be elected. We're of the view that that obviously led in many cases to the allegations of political partisanship. The resources that were allocated often did not meet the needs of the community, and we basically took a position that we would bring that to an end. I know we've done a lot of work by appointing the Thorne Commission to be able to look into another form of local government, and I'd be interested to hear, with these funds, where are we at this point in relation to making that transformation so people can have and participate in a greater way in their own affairs within the country?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. I will ask Mr. Mark Franklin to address the question, please. Deputy Permanent Secretary.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Mark Franklin, Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of People Empowerment. Yes, thank you for the question. Basically, we have done some activities, but there's still room for improvement, and we are working steadfast to try to complete some activities and so on where that is concerned. The original members of the Thorne Commission, they've been instrumental in assisting the ministry in looking and charting a path towards advancing the whole issue of the People's Assemblies. Basically, in terms of some major activities, we thought in terms of marketing and introducing it to the members of the public, we would need to look at things like developing a logo, a slogan. We needed to brand the People's Assembly. So we've had some meetings with the members of the Thorne Commission, led by, I believe it was Mr. Thorne, Ms. Ralph Thorne. We've formulated a public relations plan to inform the public about the rationale for the People's Assemblies, the benefits and so on that would accrue from the People's Assemblies. We've done things like how to be creative, formulation of like skits and so on and so forth, so that we could sell and just to sensitize the public as to what we need to do to introduce the People's Assemblies.
Madam Deputy Prime Minister, I'm sure you want to know in relation to how far we got in terms of its structure and so on. So perhaps a little bit more information in relation to, because we've had several meetings, and the People's Assemblies are now at a point where we want to bring PR on them, but the Thorne Commission has done their final report. We have an idea of the structure. We're hoping at some point that the Parliament of Barbados would take lead on the People's Assemblies, because it's supposed to be a constitutional part of our constitutional obligations. But we've done significant work in that regard. So perhaps a little bit more background as to where we are and share that with the public.
Yes, thank you very much. So we definitely want to see the need where we go to town halls. That would be the next definitive step in terms of advancing the matter. So we're going to have some town halls. We were in the midst late last year of planning these town halls and so on in terms of choosing where they be located. And then the next thing we're going to do, we're going to look at doing some pilots, which in terms of identifying where should we have some pilots so we could get some best practices. We could see and analyze and assess what are some of the weaknesses, what are some of the strengths and so on, so that before we do a total rollout, we can have these, we could use the lessons learned and experiences to basically inform what we think in terms of where we would go in terms of rolling out the entire People's Assemblies.
I can add to what the Deputy Permanent Secretary is saying. Essentially, Honourable Member, the plan going forward for the People's Assemblies, and you know, there are obviously benefits to having a form of local government. Indeed, only a few weeks ago I was discussing this matter with someone, and they told me that probably one of the I don't want to say error, but one of the deficiencies in our form of governance, as you alluded to, was the fact that we do not have some form of local government, because the people's assemblies are essentially intended to ensure that community concerns are drawn to the attention of the relevant authorities. And those persons who will be sitting in the people's assemblies obviously are closer to the ground, or will be in a better position to articulate the concerns of the various communities. So we have provided a substantial amount of money in the 23-24 estimates for the people's assemblies. The plan going forward is to have a comprehensive public education program which we wish to roll out early in the new financial year to get the feedback from the public in relation to the report that was submitted by the Thorne Commission. We are also going to investigate and look at the sites for the establishment of the assemblies. We are going to are in the process of formulating an action plan for the rollout of a pilot project, because obviously it will take a significant amount of resources to put in place all of the assemblies. So we want to actually implement a pilot project with 2 or 3 individual assemblies, both in terms of the municipal area as well as in the rural areas as well. And as I said, we are going to look to operationalize that comprehensive public relations program so that the public can make an input in relation to the program going forward. So that essentially is what we plan to do in the next financial year. Honourable Member.
Very quickly, Honourable Member, in the report, there were 21 people's assemblies that we were looking to roll out, each having a minimum of 30 members, of which 25 will be community residents, two will be representatives of persons with disabilities, 2 from youth or students organizations, and we said 1 student who was a male or a woman drawn from the Barbados Community College or a school, just to have youth representation. The People's Assembly summary, we put that out at different points. It was online. We put it at certain post offices. We held several consultations. And the role, I won't go through all of them, but the roles and the functions of the People's Assemblies were given. We wanted it to provide a social safety net for members of the community and to hold government departments accountable. I think the primary difference that people would want to hear, because I had I would say pleasure, some may say otherwise, but I led the Constituency Empowerment Department and was engaged in the construction of constituency councils, and so I generally don't tend to say anything negative too much. But I think the primary difference, and perhaps where the weakness was in the Constituency Council, was that those members were picked pretty much by the MP for the area. And in this case, these persons would be elected so that the residents would have a choice in who they want to serve on the People's Assemblies to serve them. So that it wouldn't be a case where you handpick your friends or whatever. People choose who they want to be able to support them. And then we've asked for the People's Assembly, the reps of the assemblies, to also be recognized on boards, to be given that authority, and to make serious input into government's programs and policies, which is also a deficit, I think, in the structure of the Constituency Council. So this offers a much more holistic, more democratic approach to strengthening governance, I think, than the former version. And this year we're going to be spending more time engaging in PR so people know the things that I just said. And then we will start with a pilot, but so far that is where we are.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to close by just saying, I see the chairman pulling his mic, but just to say that I think it is critical in the public education to make that distinction and also to reinforce through perhaps the pilots exactly how we will execute, because I think there's no point in having another entity or structure being established where people express concerns, but then they don't feel as though those concerns are then actioned by the relevant ministries. We have done an excellent job, I think, in being able to create various platforms for people to be able to raise their concerns through the rubbing shoulders, these Parish Speaks, and I think the People's Assemblies, once that is able to be given life, I think that will give another opportunity through a very democratic process to be able to allow people to participate in democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you to honorable member. Just to say the monies that are allocated this year are really just for PR, education, to get people to understand what it is that we are doing and the functioning. So we want to spend a whole year educating so that we don't thrust it on the people. And then the following year would be about implementation.
Thank you, honorable member for St. Michael Southeast and honorable minister. We are in the toenails of time with respect to discussion on this head. I'm gonna ask the honorable member for St. Michael West and the honorable member for Christchurch West Central to quickly pose their questions. See if we can get that done. We are concluding at 1:30. We are concluding this head. So, and the minister, the honorable minister has to wrap up as well. So perhaps you can pose your questions and the minister will so conduct business at his end in terms of allowing members of the team to answer and then proceeding with his wrap-up. So, honorable member for St. Michael West.
Thank you, Chair. I want to begin by echoing the sentiments of my colleagues, all my colleagues that spoke today, and commend the Honorable Minister and his team on what I consider to be a job well done, exhibiting an obvious understanding for the issues that face our citizens, exhibiting passion, drive, and Honorable Minister, your leadership is well noted. Now, the benefit about being on the tail order of the baton is that most of my questions were already answered. So I would just want to focus on poverty and the delivery of welfare services for our citizens. So I want to note that according to the World Bank, post-COVID, 88 million people globally have been thrust into extreme poverty post-COVID. And obviously, Barbados does not exist in a vacuum. So what you're facing is, in terms of the overwhelming amount of requests for welfare services, obviously is in keeping with this global trend. But in addition to COVID, it was a double whammy because after that, we had the Russia-Ukraine war, which obviously for the globe and for Barbados increased inflation, superheated inflation. So you had COVID and that hurt a lot of people with businesses. And then we had superheated inflation, which made it hard for them to get off of their feet. All you gotta do is on a morning, take a drive down Lower Green, and you see the amount of people who, I don't think she'd mind me mentioning her name, Miss Bellamy, lining up to get food on the morning. And then out here in the Parliament buildings, just outside the Parliament buildings in the evening, the amount of people that line up there. So I want to note that the Honorable Member from St. Michael North had started this line of questioning specifically dealing with speeding up the process of welfare applications. But what I want to focus on, my first question is, what is the criteria by which you assess the potential benefits for welfare? Obviously, with all of the overwhelming requests into the system, as the Prime Minister always likes to say, you have to address the most needy first. So can you take me through that, the criteria that you would use to evaluate?
I think the Chief Welfare Officer is best positioned to do that, but I just want to say that we've obviously lent tremendous support to a number of those agencies that provide support to other people. I hope to have a conversation with Ms. Bellamy during the course of the year, but for example, we've increased our subvention to the Salvation Army, and they also do a major feeding program. We've increased that. In fact, we've increased our subventions to almost everybody who does that kind of work. So in terms of being able to partner with people to give tangible benefits to people, then we've done a lot of that work as well. But I would let the Chief Welfare Officer speak to that process.
Thank you, Minister, for your question. Well, there are different dimensions of poverty. So we have to do a very holistic assessment of the client. For sure, we're going to do an assessment of their income versus their expenditure. We're going to look at how many other persons are in the house, if they're working, if they can contribute, if their level of education is one that would allow them to earn a decent wage, whether they're healthy. So there are different factors that we would consider that would go into an assessment. Yes, everything that happens globally comes home to us. And we are, like I said, with COVID, we really weren't prepared. But since then, we've had to put a number of things in place. And not that we hope to see it, worsen, but I think we will be in a better position going forward to respond quicker to the needs of our clientele. But I wanted to say, we talk a lot about partnerships, and I wanted to say thank you to you as well, because I remember that there was a fire in your area, and you didn't wait, really, for the welfare department. You jumped right in, and you were able to help your constituent locate the alternate housing, and then by the time we came in, you had done a lot of the groundwork, and that's the kind of partnership that we need. And sorry, my time is up.
Continue, focus.
Sorry.
I'm afraid it is not quite up, but you have to wrap it up. We have limited time, and I want to ensure, because every minute you speak or every second you speak over the minister then has less time.
Okay. So yeah, I'm just saying thank you, and I would like to encourage more partnerships like that.
One more thing. So thank you. I appreciate that chance to be able to work with welfare. But just one suggestion. I was reading an article online.
Honorable member, if you have another question, please ask the question.
Okay,
and,
we'll do so.
I want to give the honorable member for Christchurch West Central
Right.
the opportunity to raise his question,
Right.
and the minister still has to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, so the question is, have you looked into the use of AI? Specifically, an article I read on the University of Exeter in the UK, they use AI to mine databases specifically in mind of identifying poverty, people who were more likely to want to access poverty in the long term.
I mean, I don't know that we've used artificial intelligence for much in Barbados, to be honest, but I do know technology is a big part of what we're doing, and I would love to see the report on how they do it. Honorable member.
Honorable members, Mike for Christchurch West Central, please ask your question immediately. Thank you.
I just want to, I will do that, but just let me commend the minister first. His zest, zeal, and on my sincerity. Me as coined the mantra, people over politics, I can't let that go unnoticed. The moral test of any government is how it treats to its most vulnerable. And that is where I want to base my questions on. The most vulnerable, those in the dawn of their lives, the children, those in the twilight, the elderly, and it will be remiss of me not to speak about those. And thirdly, those with disabilities. My first question quickly, because we talk about child abuse.
Your question.
My first question, my question quickly, because I can tell you all the rest, so don't worry, is that we are talking about child abuse. We are talking about whether it's drugs, sexual, physical. But one thing we'd like to know from your ministry is the prevalence of child labor abuse and work exploitation. That's the first thing. Second thing, the disabled community has asked me to be their voice today because we are moving to have a green economy by 2030, a fossil fuel economy, and as carbon neutral as possible. So we are called electric vehicles all across the country, which is a very good thing. But the persons who are living and afflicted with blindness, they are saying that because they deal with hearing of these vehicles, the buses and what's not. And in order for them to traverse safely, they want me to ask if there's any agitation on their behalf to have what they call sensor devices on these vehicles, since they're no longer hearing them on the road. And so we can agitate to have these sensors so that they could be able to traverse in a safe way. Thirdly,
Honorable member, I'm afraid I cannot allow you, in the interest of time, further questions. The minister and his team still have to answer.
Okay, all right, I acquiesce.
The Director of the Child Care Board, quickly, please, on the child labor question.
So to respond to the child, I'm Rosa Richards, Director of the Child Care Board. To respond to the child labor question, we do not have readily available data because it is not reported often, but the instances when we get reports, we go and investigate. The last report I recall we received was sometime during the break after COVID, where a group of young persons were at a roundabout near Lears, and we investigated. However, there were further investigations, so it was not just a case of child labor, but it was an issue of poverty within that house as well. This is why those children would have been there. But whenever we get reports, we investigate.
And the other question, I think, was in relation to the buses, but we had this when the Honourable Member for St. James North spoke, and in his report, which is a very comprehensive report that we met with over 50-something stakeholders, that came up, Honourable Member, and so I know in our conversations with Transport Board, it is something that they said they would seek to do, because initially, nobody thought of the silence of the buses being an issue, but it has become an issue for the disabled community, persons with disabilities.
Honorable Member for Christchurch East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minister, this is just by way of a statement. I won't press you for an answer. Welfare and the social services need to evolve in accordance with what is going on. I have a concern that quite often on a weekend, when things happen after hours on a weekend, you actually cannot reach the welfare officers. So I'm just putting it out there that welfare is a 24/7 facility to deal with emergencies, and it must evolve like the rest of the government service in recognizing that we are a 24/7 society. So I'm just putting that out there and asking, please, that be taken into consideration as a policy position going forward. Thank you.
Minister, I agree with you, and in fact, we discussed this yesterday, in which we said we have a 24-hour hotline. We brought on social workers now to be available to respond to people on a 24-hour basis. But I take the point because it has been a concern for all of us, really. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, proceed with your wrap-up. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I do not need 10 minutes to wrap up. I just want to take this opportunity to say thanks to, obviously, first and foremost, to my amazing team that is here and for the work that they've done in the ministry over the year. I really want to thank them for giving me the opportunity to lead them over the last 12 months or so. I also want to thank the Honourable Member who went before me, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. I tell her all the time she left a beautiful pitch, well-rolled, for us to be able to deliver at the pace at which we're delivering. So I want to thank the Honourable Member for St. Thomas and the former Minister of People Empowerment as well. In relation to a lot of the things that we've done, I just want to thank PAHO, for example, on the work that we are doing with the elderly, Dr. Devenish and his team, for the work that they've done for us in terms of the policy, the strategic action plan as well. In terms of the elderly, I want to thank BARP for the work that they do with us and all the agencies responsible for delivering to the elderly. And I also want to thank the young attorneys and that law firm, CBL, to be truthful, because I feel as if they brought so much attention to the elderly, and now we have turned what was a problem into a wonderful partnership. So I also want to thank them. I think that that was a moment that was well utilized. I do say a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. In relation to children, I must thank UNICEF for the work that they do with the ministry, particularly Heather Stewart. I want to also thank Jacqueline Seeley-Burke and her team, Sophia Moore, for helping us with the child protection legislation, both myself and Minister Abrams and his child justice bill. I want to thank Ms. Faith Marshall Harris, who has become I like to call her my sparring partner in relation to all things children as well. And of course, the staff at the Child Care Board and the staff at the National Assistance Board, and both so ably led, I think, now. The chairman and the members of the board and the directors, Ms. Walcott at the National Assistance Board and Ms. Roseanne Richards at the Child Care Board, and the entire staff of the ministry, those two boards. I want to thank, on disability, I want to thank Mr. Hinkson and his team, the entire advisory commission for the work that they've done. 50-something stakeholder meetings is a lot of meetings. And we've received a lot of reports and 1 million WhatsApp messages from Mr. Hinkson over the course of the last few months, but it's gotten us to a point where I feel we are about to do something transformative. I want to thank the Law Reform Commission for being able to stand by us to draft that, to help us have that legislation drafted, as well as the legislation that is being drafted now for the elderly in Barbados. In terms of the National Disabilities Unit, I obviously would have to thank in terms of persons with disabilities, I have to thank the National Disabilities Unit, but also the Council for the Disabled. I want to thank the entire team, the staff there, as well as the members of the council, who I think are true partners as well. The wider UN system for the support that they've given in ministry, Ms. Tony Brower, particularly at UN Women, but the whole UN Women system, Ms. Limia, I want to try to pronounce Limia's last name, but Limia, who is now the res rep and has done work, Didier Trabuc as well. We have a wonderful relationship with the entire UN system, and it would be remiss of me not to thank them. In terms of the staff, all of my staff, I want to say a very special thanks. I know that the talk of an amalgamation is nerve-wracking because people hear amalgamation and what they interpret is job losses. But we gave the assurance we weren't intending on dismissing anybody, though we may have to repurpose some jobs. I also want to thank the Prime Minister, who has been a very big support for the ministry and given us some additional resources to do the things that we've attempted to do, and her support and driving really of the amalgamation exercise. When I was offered this ministry, when the telephone call came and I was offered this ministry, it was with the proviso that I would be able to deliver on all of these things that we were hoping to be able to deliver. In fact, the words were, we spent the first few years focusing on the economy. It's up to you now to lead on the society. So we're driving these measures on the social side. And I think it would help us close the circle of enfranchisement that we keep talking about, to put power back into the hands of people. So as I close, I want to just promise that we will continue to do the work in the ministry to put people first. We will continue to be humble ourselves and to be introspective and to just see where we've gone wrong and to do better as we go forward. And to just use the vibe and the pulse of the people as our conscience, I think, as we attempt to do the work that we are called upon to do. And then lastly, sir, I must confess that this team here and the respective staff in the various agencies, they are my priority. So I want to make sure that they have the resources to do the job. They have the space, because this is a lot of mental pressure, dealing with persons who are under pressure themselves. And I also know that people who are hurting can't help people. It is hurting people who hurt people, and help people can't help people. And so we have to offer the level of support to the staff that they need. And PS and I have been talking about just making arrangements easier for the staff. And so with those few words, sir, again, I want to thank you and the entire chamber for the time. I want to thank all of my colleagues, so I feel as if I can call, honestly, all of them at any time to get the support that I have gotten over the last year. And with those few words, I ask that Head 35 stand part.
The question is that Head 35, Head 35 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do not report progress to His Honor the Speaker, and beg leave to sit again.
Thanks.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the House be suspended until 2:45 p.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 2:45 p.m. All of the honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 2:45 p.m. Is the page again?
This House is in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, Head 92, Ministry of Energy and Business Development, in the amount of $45,907,654.
Honorable Member for St. James South.
Chair, I request leave to invite the substantive member, Minister Lisa Cummings. She's the Minister of Energy and Business, and I ask for leave to invite her to come to the well and to bring the team and introduce them to the chamber.
So granted. Before we ask the Honorable Minister to give her opening comments, let me advise of the procedure to all members of the team here with us. Honorable members are well aware of the process, so it's for your benefit, Minister and the team. The Minister has 10 minutes to give her opening remarks. Members of the team will have 3 minutes to respond to any questions that are raised from the floor. We're also asking members of the team, before you speak, especially when you're speaking for the first time, please give your name and your position or your role in order that Hansard may have the recording that may be recorded by Hansard. Thank you, Honorable Minister. You may proceed. Before you do, Minister, just let me also add that to each question, you have 5 minutes that you can respond. Your members would have 3 minutes to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first, let me express appreciation to the honorable members of this chamber for inviting the team from the Ministry of Energy and Business to present today in the well. We have with us here today the Minister of State in the Ministry of Business, the Honorable Sandra Husbands, a member in this place, and I'm joined, and I would wish to introduce my team. They are the professionals who keep the business sector of the ministry and of the country by extension moving from day to day. And I would wish to ensure that we're able to introduce the nation to all of them. First of all, we have our permanent secretary, Ms. Jennifer Hunt, who is to my left. She is the PS in the Ministry of Business. And we are joined in the well, in no particular order, by the following persons. We have the director of our research and planning unit, Ms. Katrina Bajra, she's the chief economist. We also have our project manager for the electronic single window, Ms. Lana Chandler, the chief business development advisor for the small business development unit, Mr. Anderson Cumberbatch, the registrar of cooperatives, Mr. Brent Gittins, the director of commerce and consumer affairs, Mr. Bertram Johnson. We will be joined over the course of the afternoon as well by the director of the Barbados National Standards Institute, Mr. Hayden Rind, who has been delayed, but he is on his way because that is a central part of the work of the ministry. We also have with us here today the general manager of the Barbados Trust Fund Access Limited, which is called otherwise formally the Barbados Agency for Micro Enterprise Development, Ms. Esther Lord Graham. We have the business development manager for the Trust Fund Limited, which is what we call anecdotally the Trust Loans Program, Mr. Kirk Doughton. And from our international business unit, we have our director, Mr. Kevin Hunt, our deputy director, Mrs. Sanjean Watkins-Diang. We also have our registrar of corporate affairs and intellectual property, Ms. Tamisha Rochester, and the deputy registrar, Ms. Tamar Knight. Now, you would recall, obviously we're here in the middle of, let me not forget, we have our financial controller, Mr. Mark Knight, who is here with us as well. But you would recall in the introduction, it is the Ministry of Energy and Business, but we will begin today's deliberation with the business side of the ministry, and the energy team, which is an entirely different composition of the ministry, they will join us in the next presentation, Mr. Chairman. So we have those persons here in the well today. Let me begin by saying, Mr. President, that when we talk, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, that when we speak about commerce, consumer affairs, and business development, we speak of many things all in one. And among the issues that we will be presenting today as the priorities for this ministry, they will span the protection of consumer interests, and we will be able to cover through our estimates the work that is being done in consumer protection, ensuring that we are able to intervene in the marketplace by way of speaking to issues relating to the cost of living, the Prices Compact, for example, which has been worked on by the director with responsibility for consumer affairs and commerce. That will be among the things that we will speak of today, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I keep thinking I'm in the other place. And so, Mr. Chairman, those are among the things that we will speak to today. But there are a number of issues that, if we were to go back to what has happened in the Barbadian landscape over the course of the last 2.5 years as a result of COVID, we saw the emergence of a surge of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs, small business development. And we know that simultaneous to the pressures on those sectors, that we also saw more and more people opting to engage in business development. And so we will speak to the important role that the ministry also has to play in this regard. Today, Mr. Chairman, we want to speak also about the role to be played by our trade facilitation agenda. This is the ministry that has responsibility for ensuring that every item that crosses the border and all of the agencies that speak to the clearances of the border, they can be facilitated in accordance with the provisions of the National Trade Facilitation Committee that is guided by the overall World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement and the tenets contained within that, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, we have over the last year, under the leadership of my immediate predecessor, and I want to take just a few moments to recognize the work that was done by the senior minister with responsibility for the productive sectors and now minister with responsibility for foreign affairs and foreign trade, the Honorable Carrie Simmons, who was the minister with responsibility for this ministry in bringing us to this stage. And so quite a bit of the work that we have inherited would have been started by him, and it is being continued by myself and by this team, and I want to acknowledge that work. That includes, Mr. President, the continuation of the work being done under the Barbados National Standards Institution, the introduction of a Barbados Quality Standards Bill, the introduction of metrology legislation, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, all of those bodies of work started originally and are continuing under our previous minister. Under this ministry as well, we will speak over the course of today about the work of the Fair Trading Commission. Now, each time we hear about the Fair Trading Commission typically is spoken about in terms relating to energy, and so we will be pairing the work of the Fair Trading Commission principally with energy, but we also have a considerable body of work relating to consumer protection and competition policy, which also falls under the Fair Trading Commission. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that we have done a lot of work in over the last 2.5 years, certainly since 2018, starting with the first minister who was responsible for the introduction of the trust loans program, and followed on by Senior Minister Simmons. So we have Minister Dwight Sutherland, followed by Minister Simmons, who would have initiated and pioneered the trust loans program. Today, we will hear about the work that has been done by the trust loans and how many people they have been able to benefit and support all across Barbados. And I want to take a moment to share what some of that work has looked like over the course of my presentation today. Finally, in just an overview format, we have the introduction of a project that started in 2021, also pioneered by Senior Minister Simmons, the introduction of an electronic single window. And so we have today the electronic single window project manager who is going to be outlining the work that we are doing. So let me start there, Mr. Chairman, and then begin to work backwards about what we are doing. Mr. Chairman, these are important initiatives that are critical to ensuring that people are able to create their own business opportunities for themselves. The small business sector, Mr. Chairman, we have the Minister of State in the ministry who is going to be ushering us through the presentation on small business in particular, and I'm going to ask her as well to give a brief overview, so I'm going to cede some of my time to the Minister of State so she can give a brief overview of what constitutes the work being done by the small business community.
Thank you very much, Minister Cummings. Chair. The purpose of this ministry, and in particular the Business Development Unit, is to assist in building a Barbados that will allow for the tangible participation of all Barbadians in the economic landscape. And part of the work that this division has to do, we have to undo some of the inequities that have come from the past, but we also have to work to enable and empower participation by all Barbadians. And to do this, there are a number of things that we have to do. One would be changing legislation. Where there are blockages to people having access to participation, you have to change the legislation. Where it criminalizes, we have to decriminalize. We also need new legislation to unshackle and to empower Barbadians. And there are a couple of things that we've done within the section of the Business Development Division that has actually helped us to start the work of accomplishing this. One would be, we've developed, for example, the MSME policy and strategy, which is designed to look at the environment and identify all of the things that we need to address in order to make sure that Barbadians can be part of entrepreneurship, can be part of investment. We have the bankruptcy and insolvency legislation. This legislation has been able to create a different environment for people to be able to deal with their debt and to have an opportunity to see how they can recover. But another piece that is very important to a very important section of the Barbadian community would be the vending legislation and also the vending which will be taking place across Barbados. One of the things that has been important to us as a government is that as we have grown, we need to bring order to things. And vending is one of the areas in which we recognize that we have to take some steps to be able to create a proper platform for vending, that vending can actually shift from just something to make a few dollars to a career. And one of the things that we've sought to do with vending is to put in place a plan which the head of that division will share with you what are the things we're doing in relation to vending. Then, the second thing we have to do is to open access to finance, provide facilities and services to support our small businesses. And this is where you will hear about what is happening in relation to the collateral registry, the junior stock exchange, etc., the fund access and trust loans. All of these are things that we are putting in place to provide the finance. And then we have the Small Business Development Center, which we are now formulating and developing. And this will assist us in building an ecosystem that would allow us to remove from the landscape the confusion, small business people not knowing which agency to go to, not quite getting all the help that they actually need. And so this is a work in progress, and we're completing the plans that we can take this and bring this into a reality and make life much easier for our enterprises. Then you have an enabling and facilitating a fair environment. One of the things that most entrepreneurs cry out about is that people who know somebody get through. They cry out about, I am born lucky, so nothing will happen for me. If Barbados is to work for everyone, then it is important that we put in place the institutions that allow everyone to be managed efficiently and to get what they need. And this is where the Honorable Minister was sharing about the Fair Trading Commission and what it does, Public Council, CAIPO, all of these are things that assist. You will hear today also about metrology and our consumer protection, fair trading. All of these are enabling and facilitating a good environment for business and for trade. And the last area that is very important is when you are creating the right environment for people to flourish, you also have to train and educate your people to be able to act on the platform which you have created so that they can be successful. And here, it is important that we provide the necessary training in business, in good corporate governance, so that they develop the right practices that will help their enterprises to be able to flourish. And in the area of the practices and building their knowledge, one of the things that we have in Train is the financial literacy training, which is there to help us to make sure that they know how to manage their financial affairs well, the cooperative community clusters, as well as our national quality policy program, that we help them to understand that good business requires good standards. And this is what the BNSI will be piloting. So these are the things, Mr. Chairman, that we believe are important, and that as we become more and more engaged in implementation of these initiatives, we will create a Barbados that will allow young people, regardless of where they are, to dream and feel that their country can provide them with an opportunity to follow a dream, to be able to do entrepreneurship, and feel that they have a reasonable chance to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just to give some numbers very quickly on what that looks like, for example, under the Fund Access Program, over the last year, we disbursed over 51 loans totaling in the vicinity of just about $2 million to enable 51 job opportunities to Barbadians. It allowed also for the inclusion of training. Over 63 clients were trained in micro-enterprise management techniques, and equally under the Trust Loans Program, 386 applicants were trained. We have a value of loans disbursed just approximately $1.9 million, and 169 personal budgeting skills and debt management persons trained as well as an extension of the financial literacy program. So these are some of the things that we expect the honorable members of this chamber would want to have access to this kind of information, and obviously for the public, so that they understand when we say financial literacy in the small business sector and what these agencies are doing, this is the kind of work that they are doing to ensure that people have both access to capital and access to training.
Honorable Minister, you need to move the head.
Sorry, Chair. I beg that head 92 stand parked.
Honorable Member, thank you. Honorable Member for St. James Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by recognizing the leadership of the minister, I should say ministers plural, both the substantive minister and her colleague minister, and obviously the permanent secretary, and also to congratulate the team in this ministry for the diligence that they continue to bring to bear in the interest of the betterment of the people of Barbados. I think, sir, that the minister captured it well in her initial sentence when she said that the task before this team is keeping the business sector going forward from day to day. There is a fierce urgency of the time in which we live. When I was in that ministry, I think those members of the team grew weary, W-E-A-R-Y and W-A-R-Y, of hearing me say that there is a sense of urgency which we have to bring, because we really live in a different era to the era that we grew up in. There is no longer any protectionism out there for Barbados in terms of our international trade. We have to earn our way as competitors against all of these slings and arrows of outrageous fortune across the world. And there has to be, as Minister Husbands made the point, a transformative approach to the way in which we do things, especially as we target the need to empower those people who are going to be entrepreneurs in Barbados. Now, I want to begin on that note of transformation. The period during which I have been in this chamber, and that is now in excess of this legislative chamber between the two, in excess of 20 years. And I note the applause, but I didn't say it for that, sir. I just said to reflect on the fact that I have perhaps seen more than my youthful appearance might betray. The truth is, sir, that during those last 2 decades, if there's one thing about the business sector that I would say has been consistent, there has been a requirement for us to respond to the issue of business facilitation. There was a period of time when people would come in here and have extensive debates, especially in this estimates exercise, about World Bank ratings with respect to ease of doing business, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That time perhaps has passed because everyone around the world now is moving in the direction of facilitating business in a better way, and we are doing it here. I feel as minister with responsibility for oversight of this sector, that is a duty to give you ministers an opportunity to elaborate a little bit on some of the innovation that has come about under this administration. And forgive me for emphasizing that, because there was a period of time when I don't think everybody accepted across partisan lines that the message of us who are now in government, but when we were in opposition, was that there was a need to capture all of the import and export and transit information required by all of the regulatory agencies in this country, and to bring them together into one space, and to do so in a manner that is sensible so that you can capture that information and use it electronically. The lived reality of our people prior to this administration, sir, was that you had people who, for example, may be makers or producers of product in Barbados, whatever that product may be, but they have to have their inputs into it brought into the country. And those folks live a day by day, week by week, month by month reality of moving numerous times to numerous places, plant, quarantine, Port Authority, the Division of Commerce, all around Barbados, sir. I can't even remember how many stops you have with the regulatory agencies, but in an effort to respond to every requirement by every regulatory agency. And these people still have to be vendors. These people are still the vendors that Minister Husbands talked about. Yes, you ask people to be in business and you want them to be entrepreneurial, but they have to be facilitated. So that, Minister, the question really is, can you elaborate now on that which, the journey upon which you are now embarked, in a manner that allows the public to understand the fundamentally transformative period that they now live in and may reflect upon in terms of the investment that they have made by way of governance?
Thank you very much, Senior Minister. I think you have very much laid the foundation for the answer to this question, which is that we have, on the one hand, a historical metric, which was the doing business indicators, which was being monitored at the time by the World Bank. And we looked within those metrics at things relating to trading across borders, how long it took for you to open a business, how long it took for you to open a bank account, things like land registration. All of those things were captured within the metric of doing business. And so while the metric itself may no longer exist in that fashion, the things that it measured still remain critical and important to Barbadians, because if I am attempting to do business and it takes me more than the average economy elsewhere to open a bank account, if I can't open a bank account simply in a day or in a couple of hours, and it takes me multiple trips back to the bank, it becomes an expense and it becomes an inconvenience, and then it becomes a bother, because people want to be able to do business and to do business simply. And our systems have to be designed to be able to effect that. And so what has been done over the last few years? First of all, we have been able to invest in a complete refashioning of what KYPO is supposed to look like. And that is where we engage in business registration. The first phase and part 2A of the reform of KYPO, the digitalization platform for KYPO, has been underway and has been completed up to phase 2A. We are now in the process of designing phase 2B. Now, why are we designing phase 2B? It means that we have been able to take the time that it takes to register a business down to a minimum by putting all of those services online, by ensuring that it is easier to interface with an entity that used to be very difficult. And you hear KYPO and people said, oh, not KYPO again. And so while we acknowledge that there is still work to be done, and we are committed to completing that work, a considerable body of work has been done so far, and I'm going to ask the Registrar of KYPO in a few moments to speak about what that has looked like for KYPO. But what I can say is that Ernst & Young has worked with that office to be able to ensure that we are at the stage where digitalization has taken place substantially in a number of critical areas to get it to the place where it is. We are presently also at the space where we are looking at the restructuring of the institution itself. Should KYPO remain as it is constructed with the business corporate sector registration along with the intellectual property all in one with limited resources, or should we restructure it? And that is an exercise which is actively underway as we speak. Now, on the trade facilitation side, with regard to the borders, I'm going to ask the coordinator for the National Trade Facilitation Task Force, Ms. Katrina Bradshaw, to speak once Ms. Rochester has completed her own intervention. But we are now in the process of refashioning what that Trade Facilitation Task Force looks like. When this committee was first established, Mr. Chairman, I remember at the time it was under a previous administration, and I remember functioning in a different incarnation at the time and speaking to say, this is not fit for purpose. The way in which this committee is structured, it covers all of the government agencies, but government agencies do not trade. They do not take goods across borders. They're not coming in with your barrels. They're not trading your cargo. They're not doing any of that stuff. And so there has to be a private sector orientation that helps to frame what we do and how we do it. Because if cargo sits in a facility at the border for 3 days, for 4 days, 5 days, and worse yet, longer than that, the reality is that the country is losing foreign exchange and the consumer is going to be paying those costs. And so we have sought and received. We actually have a team on the ground this week. They leave later today from the Inter-American Development Bank's headquarters in Washington, and they have been working with us to refashion and to reframe the work of the National Trade Facilitation Task Force and all of the agencies that fall within it. But Mr. Chairman, within the National Trade Facilitation Task Force are agencies who have separately been doing a substantial body of work. Under the Ministry of Finance and the Customs Department, you have the Customs Department having implemented in September 2019 Asikuda World. You have under the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, the port having implemented and the Maritime Single Window under the leadership of Minister Humphrey, as he was at the time, with responsibility for that ministry. And then subsequently, they are underway as we speak now with the implementation of a port community system. And in this ministry, we will be implementing an electronic single window. All of those are technology-driven solutions that are being implemented in the interest of Barbadians. One of the projects that we are actively now exploring in this ministry is looking at regulatory technology so that we're able to deal with all of the regulatory agencies and ensure that technology platforms will be paired with our entrepreneurial capacity. Mr. Chairman, I can't tell you how many young people I have seen who are far more technologically savvy than many of us in this room could ever be in our lifetime, simply because they grew up in a different time and space. They grew up with their devices around them at all times. And so if we as a ministry with responsibility for entrepreneurship cannot engage the work of our young people in technology and with their orientation to help solve some of our business facilitation problems, in addition, of course, to the investments which have already been made in platforms like Asikuda, like PCS, like IMO Single Window, like the electronic single window, but to have also solutions which are homegrown to resolve Barbadian problems, then we're not using entrepreneurship effectively to be able to resolve Barbadian challenges. And so those are among the things that we are navigating successfully and have started over 3 ministers now in this ministry. And I'm going to ask Katrina Bradshaw and Ms. Tamisha Rochester to give their interventions on the work being done by KIPO first, followed by the National Trade Facilitation Task Force.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tamisha Rochester. I'm the Acting Registrar of the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office. With regard to digital transformation, as the Honorable Minister said, we went live with the Digital Corporate Registry, Phase 1, in November 2021. And that phase included the automation or the digitalization of the processes required for starting a business. Registration of business names, new company incorporations, new external companies, etc. And we did not stop there. We went on to Phase 2A, which went live in November 2022, which includes post-incorporation filings, and we are developing the Phase 2B. Since we have gone live, we have processed a total of 7,424 applications, and these include 1,316 applications for incorporations of new companies and 1,668 applications for the registration of business names. And we can say that we have maintained a rate of 80 to 85% of these being processed on the same day or the next business day. Mr. Chairman, I am being very frank when I say we had a new system developed for us, and with that new system, with use of the system, there were some challenges and some glitches which we have addressed, and we are continuing to address as the usage of the system is expanded. We are also looking at the IT infrastructure upon which the system sits, because the system is as strong as its IT infrastructure and the supporting IT applications that feed into the system to allow us to be able to use it. As the minister indicated, we are also taking steps to look at the structure of the office. A 1985 structured registry is not the structure for 2023 business. Far less business that now requires us to have an active monitoring and regulatory program. And I find what a lot of persons do not know is that KIPO has had to evolve from being just a registry to become a registry and a regulator. What does this mean? It means that as a result of the international obligations and standards, KIPO is now tasked with monitoring and regulating companies with revenue under $1 million. It means that in a very short period of time, KIPO had to become a regulator for a population of 31,000 companies, including ensuring the legislation was in place with regard to regulation, that it met the international standards, and also establishing effectiveness, showing that this regulation is effectively applied. Having started with a population of 31,000, and with a very short time within which to report on these efforts, to date, approximately 25,500 of these entities have been reviewed and assessed in a monitoring cycle. And with a population of this size, we have also embarked on a register cleanup exercise, carried on simultaneously with the monitoring and the risk rating of these entities. So from a jurisdiction that had a reputation and statements and reports that we had never struck a company from the register, nor that we had no mechanism in place to monitor their requirements, and also that we had sanctions in place legislatively but were not applied. We have now been to a place where 82% of the register has passed through a regulatory cycle. It means, therefore, that the office needs to be able to accommodate these growing and continually growing functions, needs to be able to effectively continue to do what it has been doing, but taking into account that it has been tasked with these other functions. And that is why, having considered these factors, the thought of restructuring the office so that it meets the requirements of business in 2023 are now on the table. With that note, I yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Tamisha. Can I ask Katrina Bradshaw, please, on the business facilitation, trade facilitation components?
Thank you, Minister. Katrina Bradshaw, Chief Economist, Research and Planning, Business Division. We just heard from Minister Cummings how we will now be refocusing the work of the National Task Force on Trade and Business Facilitation to have greater private sector involvement and be able to better address and hear their concerns. We also plan to deepen our engagement with our strategic partners such as the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, which Minister indicated is here currently engaging us on matters relating to trade facilitation. And we're hoping that out of this exercise that we can address a number of long-standing issues. For example, we will be seeking to provide assistance or get assistance in streamlining how risk management for clearance and imported goods is currently conducted. We understand that time is money and the impact that these delays on clearance of goods can have on businesses. So wherever possible, We will seek to reduce the level of manual and physical inspections at various points and transition to a more risk-tolerant approach to inspections, making the process more efficient and effective, while at the same time making it less time-consuming for our importers and traders. As a task force, we'll also want to be able to measure and quantify the length of time it takes for goods to be physically released. We therefore intend to capture this data through the capture of a time release study at both the air and the seaports. We believe that being able to know and have such information on hand will help us to better plan and therefore help us to improve on our metrics. Additionally, we also intend to work, as I said, more closely with the trade community to identify and remove other critical bottlenecks in partnership with our partners by setting milestones and metrics to measure our progress. So, Minister, this is just a snapshot, I hope, of what we intend to do going forward, and I thank you for the opportunity.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to share what is the value and benefit of the work of trade facilitation. Many small businesses, because they have limited cash flow, when they're faced with a government system that is slow and is unable to process what needs to be processed quickly, that you can clear your goods or that you can get your licenses or fill in necessary forms and meet your regulatory requirements, what often happens to them is that they suffer major loss of business. Just a simple delay of 4 weeks of your goods trying to get out of the port means that for a long time you do not have stock on your shelf. What happens in that period is that the consumer then shifts to your competitor and you find it difficult to recover. And many entrepreneurs' dream has died and has been buried because of this problem of trade facilitation. And therefore, this tremendous work that is being done by this ministry in terms of digitizing and digitalizing our processes to ensure that we are quicker and more efficient, what we will see is a better performance from our businesses because at last we are creating the environment in which we are facilitating and supporting their efforts.
May I ask my, not my second question, but a follow-up to this, sir? Because there's coming out of the answers, plural, given to me, there is a clear appreciation that I'm forming that we are talking about transformational initiatives, for example, legislation, or in the case of the electronic single window project, business facilitation, and the use of the technological platforms which are available to us. And that immediately triggers in my mind the question about the totality of our business landscape. And I want to apply that same trilogy to the vending community, who for some perverse reason in Barbados are always treated as lesser lights and lesser mortals amongst us. Now, we passed a piece of legislation in this parliament, and I'm indebted to the support given by my colleagues because I had the privilege of piloting that bill, sir. It was a piece of legislation that did 4 things. One, it created, put an end to criminalization of vendors in Barbados. That's perhaps the most important thing it did. Then the second thing it did was to create a body of rights for those people who are in the vending community. They now have rights as the same way any other entity in Barbados has commercial rights. The third thing it did was to create a national vending committee, which if memory serves me correctly, was intended to guide the transformation process from the old order to the new. And then the last thing it did was to create a technological platform for ease of business, for example, sourcing licenses and the application being processed. I would love to have an update as to where we are, because what cannot and should not be communicated to the public is that after all the labor of creating a new legislative environment, that does not translate into a change in the day-to-day lived reality by the people who are part of that community and who must benefit from the legislative environment.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask the Minister Husbands, who leads on issues relating to vending, and Mr. Anderson Cumberbatch, who is going to be supporting in a supplementary answer.
I'm going to let Mr. Cumberbatch speak about the actual specifics, but what I want to share is this. The aim in relation to vending is really to turn vending into a profession that people seek after, that they see it as something that they want to do, and not something that you use as a stopgap to get income, but as soon as you can get something better, you move off. The aim here is that we have to be able to put vending on a platform that is dignified, that gives people a reasonable living, that allows them to participate meaningfully in the economy, and see before them that if they are successful with their vending, that they can translate to a store, that they can then translate into a chain of stores, that they can think about going out into CARICOM, so that vending then becomes one of the legitimate careers that our young people can aim for. But that can only happen if we start to do the work of laying the foundation for transformation and enabling this particular group. And so we have started in the small business unit, and I'm going to ask Mr. Anderson Cumberbatch to share what is on the table for vendors in Barbados.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. I want to preface my name is Anderson Cumberbatch, and I'm the Chief Business Development Advisor, responsibility for the small business unit of the Ministry of Energy and Business. I would want to preface my response by referencing no less a person than Professor Hilary Beckles, who said that vending is the mother of all Black economic enfranchisement in Barbados. And so therefore, vending tells a story of not only what was, but what can be for a modern Barbados. Critical to the building out of this national vending policy and the legislation is the whole issue of the national vending zones. And we want to position the vending zones as not only spaces of commerce, but also symbols of hope and opportunity for the disenfranchised. We want to position them as inclusive for all persons, including our senior members of the community and persons living with disabilities, to create family wealth and intergenerational wealth, to provide spaces where decent work can be conducted in a safe and healthy environment for the vendors, for patrons, and for our surrounding communities. And just as important, spaces where vendors will no longer feel ostracized, stigmatized, nor harassed, but have a sense of acceptance by all. So therefore, we are looking to establish 7 vending facilities. These will be located in Redmonds Village, St. Thomas, Warren, St. Michael, Top Rock, Christchurch, Fitzvillage, St. James, Kingsland in Christchurch, in the vicinity of the Life of Barbados Roundabout and Haggett Hall, St. Michael. A critical part of the legislation as well, as Minister Simmons would have indicated, was the National Vending Committee, and the members of this committee have been constituted. We have also developed the technological platform for the registration of vendors, and this registration facility is going to allow us to both issue the vending licenses and permits,
as well as to capture all of the relevant information on the vending sector so that we can properly plan for this sector. Part of the operationalization of the Vending Act as well is to be able to give legal support to government's effort to decriminalize vending in Barbados, to be able to better regulate vending in Barbados in terms of ensuring the personal hygiene and cleanliness of vendors, and to make sure that proper amenities are available to vendors, including waste disposal, public facilities, public toilets, drinking water, and storage, including storage facilities. And as you would have indicated, it also addresses the rights and obligations of vendors, as well as those authorities that will administer vending in Barbados. We will also be looking at vending within the city, and it is our intention to facilitate establish a number of vending kiosks within the city as part of the wider revitalization plan for the city. And it is our view that vending must have its rightful place as part of any future development of Bridgetown. And so in this regard, we are working with our stakeholders, including Barvin, and we will be liaising with the Barbados Tourism and Investment, Inc. to ensure that these vending kiosks will be fit for purpose and to align with the historic significance of what a revitalized future Bridgetown must represent. So in summary, the Ministry of Energy and Business, and by extension, the small business unit of the ministry, we remain committed to assisting vendors in Barbados in terms of their personal and professional development to help them to grow, to thrive, to create wealth, while giving them the opportunity to contribute to national development. So the vending community, as I would conclude, is in good hands, and we're committed to helping them to grow and to develop. And so I want to yield back to the chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just to put into context, though, if I were to go back to the Committee on Vending, which was chaired by Senior Minister Simmons in 2021, we spent a lot of time talking about not only about where the zones would be, but we also looked at the rationale for the zones and ensuring that it was able to expedite the process of applying for a license, for example. We've gone through in this country incarnations where on a given annual basis, we could see people in the newspaper or on the television protesting against the fact that they were being removed by the law. This legislation simply removes all of that from happening. And in the course of the legislation, it says, even if there is a challenge with where you are located outside of a vending zone, there is a mechanism by which you can treat to that, and it is not to criminalize people. It is not to cause people to lose their wares. It is not to be able to have people in a position where money that they have spent to acquire goods, especially perishable goods, that they are lost to them. All of those are elements which are contained within the legislation, and the expectation is that with this ministry, in these estimates, in this financial year, that we will begin the construction of several of those vending zones, 3 in the first instance, or rather we will be doing 3 vending zones at a time, and then simultaneously engaging in a communications campaign, a sensitization campaign that brings people alongside and keeps them up to date with what is happening. So those are among the things that we are going to be doing as it pertains to vending. But if I can circle back very quickly to the previous question by Senior Minister Simmons on elements relating to business facilitation, I'm realizing that I neglected earlier to allow one of the other colleagues, Mr. Bertram Johnson, to speak to the simplification of the liquor license regime, because that is one of the areas that many people all across Barbados, shopkeepers and so on, they have had a very difficult time going from place to place, pillar to post, to get their licenses for their liquor approved as part of their operations in their shops. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bertram Johnson to speak about what has been done in the reform of the liquor license regime.
Thank you, Minister. Good afternoon, Chair, colleagues, ministers. My name is Bertram Johnson, Director of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. And thank you for the question, Minister. Part of the Department of Commerce and Consumers remit is basically to usher in the business transformation agenda that we spoke here about today. And part of that is through the digitization of services. And one of the modalities that we have executed so far is the Liquor License Act. We can appreciate that this act was a 1951 act, if my memory serves me correct. It was kind of outdated, and we sought to make it fit for purpose. And hence, in January 2022, the old act was repealed and replaced with a modern and a comprehensive Liquor License Act. Part of the digitization process of the Liquor License Act was to move it from a mandatory system where you had to go into basically the districts of the police departments to register for liquor license. And we thought that that was kind of antiquated, and we needed to bring it up to 21st century business facilitation efforts. And in that regard, we conceptualized the digitization of liquor license, moving it from a mandatory process to a digitized process through an e-service platform. On April the 1st of 2022, we successfully launched the new liquor license portal, which is an online portal, which was an e-service portal, and it allowed clients to, at the comfort of their home, at the comfort of their business, at the comfort of wherever they are located, to apply seamlessly for a liquor license application. And what does that redound to, Chair? That redounds to business efficiency in real term. And in that regard, we had persons now applying for license online through the liquorlicense.gov.bb, which is processed through the system, approved through the system. But beyond that, the applicant received that their liquor license has been approved pending payment, and that payment can be paid via varying modalities. One of them are through Easy Pay. So the client or the applicant can pay for their license via their debit credit card, their debit Visa card, or their credit card. But moreover, they can go to any post office in Barbados, and once the QR code for which their license has been approved pending payment is scanned, and in the QR code, it has all the information required for that license, whether it's a retail license, a seasonal license, export license, and that information is captured when the payment is made. It runs through the Easy Pay system overnight, and within the next day, the client gets a certificate, an e-certificate with their license. That has been revolutionary in terms of doing business in Barbados, in terms of cutting down the transaction costs of a person moving from going to the magistrate courts, then having to make the payment, then having to go to collect back the certificate. All of that has now been encapsulated into a digitized process, which can at best take 1 to 2 days in order for a person to get the license. And if I really bring it home, Mr. Chair, to the reality, just before I came here today, we have AgroFest. And the power of digitizing the services is that I was able to approve applications seamlessly before coming to this chamber. And persons can, as I speak, make a payment through Easy Pay so that they can apply the liquor license trader in case they want to sell liquor or anything at AgroFest, that they can do that and be an applicant that is not only compliant, but allows them to play trade and broaden the entrepreneurship. And I think that should be credited because it speaks to the ease of doing business. It speaks to building out entrepreneurship in a real and a positive way. And I think that that process has redounded to tremendous successes in how we do business in Barbados. And I believe it is a flagship model in terms of how we should go forward in terms of digitizing our services between government to all our clients or even from government to government. And I'm proud as the director to thank my team and the ministers, both ministers, the senior minister, as well as the new minister for embracing this modality, for being forward-thinking. And today we have a system that is fit for purpose. And I believe it's one of the differentiators of the ways of we do business in Barbados. So with that, I yield, Chair. I thank you for your indulgence.
I just want to add that you would have completed a total of 1,870 applications. Those were approved. And while that is just a number, and a license looks like just a piece of paper, in truth and in fact, what that does in all of our constituencies, we have people who are looking for ways to make $1. So holding a fete, doing a karaoke, putting on some event at which they need that license to do it, it makes the opportunity for them to have a successful event and make some money. And this encourages them to look to do it again. So with crop over coming up, this is going to be even more empowering and more important, and it will be a big change from what people have been experiencing all the years in Barbados. So kudos to the team for doing this. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the answers, team. I want to continue on the transformational voyage, and you will forgive me, Chair, because I suppose, like the leader of government, I share the perspective that if Sir Grantley or Samuel Jackman Prescott were to come back here, they should not find a Barbados that they were familiar with or that they could easily recognize, but they should be able to be confronted with a Barbados whose landscape has been transformed through the years in a very tangible way. And if there's one thing I think that we can all agree on, is that the COVID era would have ushered in an age of economic and commercial uncertainty. Entities of a financial nature in Barbados who would have been involved in the business of lending money traditionally have been known to be fairly risk averse. And I think the COVID period would have heightened that risk aversion. And it is equally fair to assume, I believe, that we can all agree that access to finance is the oxygen on which commerce operates. The small businesses whom we are thinking and discussing, or thinking about and we're discussing the fortunes of here today, tend to operate on very slender profit margins, if profit margins at all. They would have been hard hit by COVID. Many are highly leveraged or heavily indebted, if you want to put it in more layman type language, and are not in a position to continue without getting some assurances that better is coming their way. Now, I believe that access to finance from micro, small, and medium enterprises should not only be limited to a reliance on going into the bank and saying, I have a piece of land, and as collateral, that land is a charge or a lien over that land is put into existence, and I then have that land tied up, and on that basis alone, I can secure financing. We live in an era where access to finance now also can be done by use of movable assets. Now, this is something that is not strange to you folks. And again, I want to give you all the opportunity to start to tell your own story. Because when people go on call-in programs and so on and so forth, they very often are reacting to an impulse that they see, they hear, they feel pain. The solution to the pain very often takes some time, and it takes some effort. And I know that there's been time and effort put in to the issue of how you can use movable assets, howsoever they may be defined, and I give you all the opportunity to talk about these things. But I want you now to let the country come to understand what is being, the course that is being plotted by the Division of Commerce and the Ministry of Business with a view to us being able to transform the painful reality on the ground for many people in Barbados who are involved in business.
Thank you for the question, Senior Minister. I think let's start first of all with the financing agencies that sit under the ministry and the role that they have played. Recently, actually, Fund Access celebrated their 25th anniversary. They were started in 1998 under Barbados Labour Party administration, and they celebrated their 25th year under a Barbados Labour Party administration. And during that time, they were able to support over 2,000 clients, amounting to over $73.5 million over that corresponding period. So while that pain that you speak of is real, and there are many people who we still have to help, I think we have to be able to tell the story of how many we actually have helped. And $73 million is not $73, and that's a significant amount of resources that have been provided. We have approximately 821 of those entities being new businesses, and just under 900 of them being expansions of existing businesses. And of those businesses that were supported, just over 2,600 of them then created job opportunities for persons as a result of the businesses that were created. So if we were to annualize that over a year, in the small business sector alone, we have seen these small businesses, through financing provided by the government of Barbados, creating just over 100 jobs in the small business sector alone. And so this is no small thing. The minister who is going to be, Minister Husbands is going to be speaking in a few moments about the role to be played by the movable assets. But before we get there either, we have to talk also about what has happened during this COVID period. For instance, during COVID and in the last 2.5 years, we also saw the role being played by the Fund Access as an entity in supporting the transport augmentation program for those persons who then, from the transport board, needed to be able to go into the transport sector, buying buses, driving buses, creating opportunities for public transportation. And the Fund Access entity would have expended over $2.5 million for the TAP program. In principle, but in actual terms, they have spent about $3.2 million to ensure that the operators can manage their activities in the transport augmentation program. Now, on the energy side of the ministry, which will come in our next presentation, they have also been the executing agency to ensure that the Smart Energy program, which also has a small business component, that they can also benefit. So the ministry has done a significant body of work, this ministry, over the last 2.5 years and more, to ensure that there is that access to financing. But that access to financing hasn't been easy, because many of these persons would not ordinarily be able to qualify for credit. They don't have a credit history. And if they didn't have a credit history, they can't qualify for a loan from a commercial bank. And it is on that basis that this administration created the Trust Loans Program. And the Trust Loans Program then allowed people to begin to build a credit history. So under that program, enabling persons to access capital to build a credit history, first of all, with $5,000. You pay that back, you come back, you get $10,000. And in these estimates, the Trust Loans Program, you will see, has been recapitalized to ensure that we can continue that lending to people who are seeking access to capital and who want to be able to build a credit history. I'm going to ask Mr. Esther Graham to speak specifically on the work of Fund Access, but I'm also going to ask Minister Husbands to speak on the work being done by the Collateral Registry, on which she leads as well.
Good afternoon, Esther Laura Graham, General Manager of Fund Access. As the Minister alluded to, over the past 25 years, Fund Access has pumped some $73.5 million into the Barbadian economy, and we have created 2,605 jobs. If you were to summarize that, it works out to approximately 2 jobs every week for every year we were in existence. Fund Access is now on the path. You will notice that in the estimates there is no allocation for Fund Access, because we are moving towards being a self-sufficient organization. We are engaging with entities such as the AIB and other commercial entities throughout the Caribbean to get funding. And once that funding is in place, we'll move towards a program that we're calling, through our Minister Scale Up Barbados, in which we'll be moving our clients through the various levels, from micro to small to medium. And this will involve some of them moving to export. What the program would look like is that we will provide, either via grant financing or a combination of grant and loan financing, to enable these enterprises to get the relevant things needed for export. This is the correct packaging, the correct labeling, the ISO 9000 certification so that they can export, and will actually be a pipeline for Export Barbados. Along with this, we are putting things in place that we can become the agency that small businesses in Barbados would turn to for all of their financing, not only funding, but savings, venture capital funding. Some businesses in Barbados cannot expand unless they do some R&D, some research and development, and we also have to be in the position to provide that research and development funding that they can move forward. I yield back at this point.
Just Ms. Graham, when she mentioned the project that they are now pivoting towards, Scale Up Barbados, that is going to be one of the flagship products of this ministry. I think I'm very fortunate, and I'm not trying to make the honorable minister who preceded me to blush, but I had a strong wicket on which to bat. And so you now have to be able to improve on that which you found. And I've been the minister for all of 4 months, and so much of what would have happened in the past year and is now coming to fruition today would have to be attributed to the honorable minister who sat in this chair just a short time ago. So now, having brought that strong batting wicket, we are now building on a platform, and we call it Scale Up Barbados. So what does that mean? The Minister Dwight Sutherland would have started trust loans under his leadership, and then we had Minister Simmons. And so what we are hoping to be able to do is to look at where the small business sector has gone historically, where we think it needs to go over time, and to invest in what we call Scale Up Barbados related activities. And what does that constitute? If you start small, Mr. President, if you think about children in school, they don't stay in primary school forever. They don't stay in secondary school forever. They don't stay in college forever and university, and even when you're working, you retire at some point. So there is a natural progression through which a life cycle must evolve. And so we want to make sure that small businesses and businesses in Barbados at various sizes, if we are able to get people to the table through the Trust Loans Program, and they start small as micro enterprises, that they're able to graduate to fund access. If we're able to get them to fund access, then they're able to graduate to the size of business turning over an annual return that is significantly over what they were earning in the years preceding, and employing more people. Let's get them to the stage where they are qualifying now for the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited. If they're able to qualify for the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited, we hope that we should be able to work with entities like the commercial banks as intermediary banks, and the facilities like the Export Guarantee Scheme of the Central Bank, because then they are exporting and they're functioning in other markets. And so we have to be able to build scale over time, and the agencies of this ministry are now being positioned to build out what that should look like over the next 5 years. And that's what we call Scale Up Barbados. We have an ambition to have Barbados evolve as the commercial capital of this region and of all small island developing states, small economies such as ours, with a growing, thriving business sector. And that's what we're going to be scaling. But Minister Husbands, over to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We've shared so far about fund access, about trust loans, and these are really part of an ecosystem that we're seeking to build out to provide different ways of accessing capital for our businesses. So along with the fund access and trust loans, the collateral registry is another instrument that will assist them in being able to get loans. The Junior Stock Exchange, that is going to be another instrument to help them to get investment. One of the things that has been a tremendous challenge to Barbados is the fact that most businesses tend to avoid getting venture capital. They don't like other people in their business. And this has created a problem because we know the stories of some firms that grew very well, grew very fast. And when they wanted to make the transition to a much bigger footprint, they used loan financing instead of investment. And the end result was that the monthly repayments were choking and actually caused them to fail. And therefore, helping our entrepreneurs to understand the different types of financing that will be available is going to be important for their success. And so with the collateral registry, this is where a person may not have a piece of land or a house that they can take to a bank and put it forward as collateral to back their loan. They may not have somebody who has the types of assets that can assist them. But they may own equipment, they may have a crop, they may have other assets that might be non-traditional. But our intention is to be able to create a registry where we can register that collateral, and banks are going to be able to interface and get the assurance that, look, this piece of property or whatever it is the entrepreneur owns is something that I can afford to use as collateral, because we would have developed a process of a collateral registry that would allow for that to happen. Now, there are many elements that are involved in making that happen, and Katrina is going to share this with the Chamber. But I believe that this is going to be revolutionary. We are currently in discussion with other countries that have developed collateral registries to be able to understand their best practices. And what we're hoping to do is to benefit from their experience and incorporate it in what we're doing. To make the registry viable, you actually have to have a secondary market where if, for example, that entrepreneur is not able to make that loan happen, but is computer equipment or whatever it is they have that is being held as collateral, we have to have a secondary market where it can be sold and therefore converted into money that you can repay the loan. And this is the aim behind the collateral registry. So let me ask Katrina then to share on the collateral registry, and also if you would take the opportunity, Katrina, to speak towards the Junior Stock Exchange. I think that would be helpful to the Chamber and to Barbados to know that we're really trying to create a full service ecosystem of finance for businesses.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair, Ministers. As we heard, another initiative that's being, again, Katrina Bradshaw, Chief Economist, Research and Planning, Business Division. As we heard, the ministry is pioneering or looking to undertake the rollout of a national collateral registry. Through this registry, we'll be looking to assist the business community by allowing them to be able to pledge non-traditional types of assets. We heard the term movable assets, and just to give you appreciation of what those, what we mean when we use the term. This includes items such as machinery, equipment, accounts receivable, intellectual property rights, and these are all common assets that many of our businesses and entrepreneurs possess. So through the registry, we would like to be able, for them, to be able to pledge these types of non-traditional types of assets as collateral to obtain credit. And we recognize that this is a paradigm shift in the realm of lending, and it will require much engagement, much discussion, which we're about to undertake with our financial community. We will need to undertake a number of policy and legislative changes to be able to give effect to support the registry and even the secondary market, as we have heard. We are actively engaging, as Minister Husbands indicated, with persons that have gone this road before. We are looking to countries who have pioneered this work and are well advanced, 15 years in the working in this, like partners such as Ghana and Nigeria, who are willing to assist us as we roll out and take this bold step. In terms now of another initiative that the ministry is looking to pioneer as well, this is a collaborative effort once again. We are working with key partners. We are working with the Caribbean Development Bank, the Barbados Stock Exchange, as well as partners such as the Small Business Association. And the project I'd like to highlight is being able to promote access to equity financing for our small and medium-sized enterprises through the innovation and growth market of the Barbados Stock Exchange. So I know it's a big term, innovation and growth market, but it is, we can liken it to a junior market where we will be seeking to hold, again, the hands of our business community, businesses to be able to understand and take full advantage of using equity to be able to capitalize their businesses. So persons might ask, but why a junior stock exchange when we have a big stock exchange? This junior stock exchange, as we work towards getting persons or the business community to be able to list, it is intended to help SMEs to explore and utilize other cost-effective measures for raising capital. And so we gave very much careful thought into the designing of the project. And we are hoping that at the end of it, that we'll be able to see small businesses grow by being able to access capital and be able to expand their businesses, while at the same time seeing them able to be able to graduate from the innovative and growth market onto the larger market of the stock exchange. So, as I said, the project has a number of steps. A critical step will be seeking to sensitize and educate our community on the benefits of equity financing by taking a very in-depth look at how the stock exchange functions and its requirements. And we have a component, very practical, very hands-on experience in sharing and hearing from others how this is done. And once we've met the appetite and get our businesses interested, then we'll be working with consultants to be able to diagnose and identify the gaps, which will enable our businesses then to be able to meet the requirements and be able to participate on a stock market. So we are anticipating that with these interventions, we will see a number of firms being able to offer shares and be able to raise capital through such a mechanism. The project is approximately 2 years, but we will be working, as I said, with our stakeholders and ensuring that we can be able to primarily see a change or shift in the attitude of our businesses towards equity and see them moving away from debt financing as a primary source of financing to using this as an alternative approach. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ministers.
Supporting the Junior Stock Exchange would be the work that we are going to be doing in financial literacy, because you have to help the Barbadian population to get comfortable with investment. Most Barbadians are perfectly happy just to keep their money on the bank. And even though right now they're getting a saving, you don't hear a cry out among Barbadians that, listen, I have to find something to put my money into. And this is a problem because it means that we have millions and millions of dollars savings by Barbadians that are not being put to good use. And the end result of that is that it limits the growth of the Barbadian economy. So part of what we have to do if we're going to release the Barbadian economy is to help bring along the average Barbadian and help them to develop that comfort level with understanding shares, understanding investment, understanding how to manage an investment portfolio, because this is all new to them. I think one of the most telling things about the Barbadian experience has been that in the past, where a person wanted to start a business, sometimes parents, relatives with funds are reluctant to give them that money. But if they run into trouble and they end up before the court in debt, they will run and bring that same money to get them out of trouble when they could have lent them that money in the beginning so that the business could have been a success. And all that has to do with not knowing and not understanding the issue of investment. And that is going to be critical to go hand in hand with what we're doing in terms of the stock exchange, in terms of the collateral registry. The other benefit of that, government is embarking on a number of massive programs. You have the renewable energy program. You have the transformation that will be taking place on Bay Street. You have, for example, government being interested in doing things in agriculture. They want people to go to Guyana, etc. None of that will materialize unless you have investors, unless you have people who want to engage that space. And part of the work that the ministry will need to be doing is identifying all different types and levels of opportunity for investment and making money, from the big to the small, and explaining it to the population so that they will want to engage in building out Barbados using Barbadian capital, and therefore creating benefits for themselves and assets that they can pass to their children, so that each generation of Barbadians don't start from scratch, but rather each level is able to create wealth to pass to the next generation. And this is the goal and vision for helping to build this out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe I have my last question now. And I want, Minister, to invite you to just mentally reflect a little bit on, well, okay, behind you, there are 3 rows of people on your team. And if all of them were to join you in a voluntary meeting, yeah? And the purpose of your meetings, or a series of voluntary meetings, and the purpose of your meetings were to discuss common interests in terms of economic and social needs. And as you did that, you created a democratic structure so as to better advance those needs and interests. Effectively, you've created a cooperative structure. You haven't formalized it, but effectively that is what you have done. Now, to my way of thinking, as I listened to Minister Husbands just now, the uncertainty at the level of the individual in any village, in any district across Barbados's landscape, can that uncertainty and that tendency to be a little inward-looking and, yes, risk-averse, can only be overcome by building confidence among peers. I strongly believe that. I might be wrong, but I am now beginning to invite from your ministry its thoughts on these matters. And I feel that if we are going to seriously look at transforming employees into becoming small business people, then that cooperative spirit and cooperative approach should be part of the journey. I am not sure that this is where the country is at, but I believe that your ministry needs to settle in its mind, if it has not done so, whether this is the direction you wish to take Barbados in. I give you an example of where I am at. I feel, for example, that there are hundreds of people that this government would have brought on in the aftermath of the ashfall, and there are also hundreds of people who would have been utilized to do cleaning and perhaps greening around Barbados's landscape. There is no reason why that should forever hereafter be, I don't want to say a strain or a burden, but I don't see any reason why that should have to be carried by the government of Barbados's central budget, when all of those persons could equally be broken down into a set of landscapers. If we're going to seriously talk about empowerment and creating a business opportunity, we got to move people from a stage where they are employees to a state where they can create their businesses and chart their own way and do as you have done, Minister, and I have done, and my colleague from Christchurch West has done, and have your own clients. And again, this is not something that you had to go to university and leave with a dental degree or a law degree in order to do. It is something that we need to get our people to better understand, in my judgment, that there's a capacity in all of us to be at a stage where we have our own clients. I feel that as we look at business opportunities around Barbados, I think it is true to say there are about 25,000 kilometers of pipes that the Water Authority has to change out. Pipes which would have been laid by the English 100 or more years ago when we were a colony, but all of them, 2,500 kilometers, and all of them are now cast iron pipes that are rotting in the ground, rusting out. And you have the problem of brown water all across the north. Substantial losses of water going into the ground. We got to change out those pipes. I don't know that we lack the amount of plumbers across Barbados. But I do know that we don't have those plumbers built out into cooperatives, starting enterprises collectively so as to capitalize on opportunities of this type, to do that type of work. So we're talking about transforming and empowering our people. There's an association that Minister Sutherland did the hard work on. I came in as minister subsequent to him, and we signed off on that cooperative, an association of contractors and artisans, I believe, which should be part of the spearheading. And I say should because I really do not know if it is, but part of spearheading the substantial construction work that is now going to unfold in this country. And the point that I'm really coming to then is, how easy is it in the judgment of your ministry, Minister, to create the cooperatives? Are we in need of doing amendments to the Cooperative Societies Act? And if so, what are the amendments that are necessary to make it easier and more effective, and therefore use cooperatives as a vehicle towards empowerment and transformation of the economic landscape of this country and the well-being of the people who sent us to this parliament?
I'm going to ask Mr. Brent Gittins, who is the Registrar of Cooperatives, to respond to this, but let me just put it in a brief context. Every day, across my desk, I sign off on incorporation documents for entities. And I see businesses coming up, entities being established, and I'm asked to sign off on the creation of those entities. Most times, there are 3 or 4 principals who constitute the leadership of those entities. KIPO is here, they register businesses, and those businesses usually name directors. Those directors oftentimes can also be shareholders. My own experience, historically, in a previous life working in the business support organization community and in the private sector, it is that the owners of capital, those who have, are usually those who feel the need and the responsibility to partner with others, not just to be able to have access to additional capital, but also to spread the risk around. And I think that is something that financial literacy and cooperatives must now pair in this ministry, so that historically something that I've always said is that many of us prefer to be 100% in charge of something than 50 or 60 of nothing, rather than 50 or 60% in charge of something. And the cooperatives movement is then going to have to tie itself into, as I said, the financial literacy push, helping people to understand what collaboration looks like, what types of formats collaboration can take, what legal structures can protect your interests where there is a lack of trust, because you may not trust other people, but the legal system is there to structure those kinds of things. How Fund Access as an entity is then also being repositioned to ensure that we're able to offer different types of financing. You heard Katrina Bradshaw speaking about the Junior Stock Exchange, also which focuses on, it is an entire ecosystem, to use the language by Minister Husbands earlier, but I'm going to ask specifically on the cooperatives movement, Mr. Brent Gittins, who is a registrar, to speak about the work which is being done and the recent amendments to that legislation which allows for the non-financial cooperatives to be created. Mr. Gittins.
Thank you, Minister. Brent Gittins, Registrar of Cooperatives. Honorable Ministers, PS. The Cooperatives Department of the Ministry of Energy and Business has always seen itself as an assistant, a catalyst to building out the economy of Barbados and assisting the government in that regard. In terms of legislation, Minister Simmons, we are proposing to allow 6 persons to form a cooperative rather than the current requirement of 10. That is something we are proposing. We've written a cabinet paper, and that is in train. This, we believe, will help smaller groups who are looking to form a cooperative to do so. We are also proposing that cooperatives can bring in their raw materials and their equipment free of import duties. This has been something that has allowed them to be relatively uncompetitive, and we believe that this will help the current cooperatives to be more competitive. We continue to work with a number of business clusters. The cluster initiative is working. We're seeing a number of business clusters coming forward to form cooperatives. We have a business cluster called the Emerging Brands Barbados Cooperative, in which this is a diverse group of small businesses, in which one of their members is actually exporting his brand of pepper sauces to the UK market. Old Duppy, very, very Bajan. Some of his pepper sauces actually are very, very Bajan. He has one called, believe it or not, Fire Pooch, that is being exported to the UK market. We continue to work with internally some of our own ministry departments, such as the Trust Loan Fund, the Small Business Unit, and the Barbados National Standards Institute to ensure that small businesses who are interested in forming cooperatives are able to have certain standards if they're seeking to export. And we're seeing a new brand of cooperatives now that are not just interested in remaining in the domestic market. They're looking outward, and they're looking regionally and in the international market. In terms of the construction sector, we do have a construction and artisans cooperative that is part of the HOPE project, and they're continuing to work with HOPE. We are also looking at working with some of our sister cooperatives in the UK market, sister cooperative shops. They're small relatively small cooperatives, and we're looking to work with them to create export opportunities for some of our cooperatives on a relatively small scale. We want to start off on a relatively small scale. We think that there's more public awareness now of the cooperative business model. There are more people who are calling us and emailing us about forming cooperatives. And we try to use all the possible media out there to get the message out. We use GIS a lot. We also have quarterly cooperative markets where we get cooperatives, those small businesses, to come out and showcase and display their products and services. We would have had one recently on February 10th where we got really good mileage with persons coming out and purchasing from these small businesses. So I think that the message is getting out there, and we are seeing the empowerment and enfranchisement model that is the cooperative, that it is working. We will continue to work with any groups that want to form a cooperative. The ASH workers, I've been made aware that they're involved in a number of training initiatives with various stakeholders, the Samuel Jackman Prescott Polytechnic, the Barbados Community College, TVET Council. And coming out of that training, if they are willing to go down an entrepreneurial road, as you were talking about, we will be quite willing to work with them so that they are able to obtain contracts from both the private and the government sector, and have their own small businesses, be their own businessmen. So we continue to work with ministry stakeholders, external stakeholders. The Export Barbados has just created a wonderful manufacturing site at the Newton Christ Church, and a number of our cooperatives are working to build capacity so that they can export their products as long as they meet standards. Again, we are working with the BNSI. So I would say that I'm very optimistic about the movement, and we are quite willing and able to assist the Barbadian public who would be interested in the cooperative business model. I hand back over to you, Minister.
Just to close out, it's probably one of the very exciting areas of the ministry. And the reason for that is the only way for small people to operate in a big way is to do it together, to do it as a cluster, to do it as a cooperative. That's what we do at CARICOM. We don't try to operate as individual islands. We recognize it's important to work as a group. The challenge that Mr. Giddens would butt up on in terms of working with cooperatives is the underlying psychocultural factors that affect the way we do group work. Because of our background, we use groups for emotional support, for fun, to laugh, to help each other in emotional ways. But we have not been trained and have a long history of working together to produce wealth. That is a more uncomfortable engagement. And so when people try to come into cooperatives, the cooperatives are at risk of any emotional noise that emerges, it is likely to break down. So if you're going to build strong cooperatives, one of the things you have to do is to address those underlying issues. And that is why I've had discussions with Mr. Gittins that one of the things we have to put in place are training programs that help to do the emotional intelligence training, conflict resolution, how to make decisions, those types of things. And we have discussed using NTI to help us identify a package of learning modules that we can start not only with the existing cooperatives, but that we need to move it into the communities, so they will be accompanying us on the financial literacy program. And we also need to take it into schools, that you need the reform at the level of education to focus on innovation and achieving results together as a team rather than a singular focus on the individual performance. This is what is going to give us the edge to really become global players, and that is what we're going to work on. And that cooperative model is one that Export Barbados wants to be able to use to help us to build and scale up our enterprises so that we can take on Africa, we can take on Latin America by pooling together, etc. So it's an exciting area as well, and I am very excited to work in it. Thanks.
Ministers both, I thank you. As Minister Husbands puts it, I feel your excitement and your enthusiasm. And I want to say to you, sir, that I welcome the opportunity to interrogate issues of financing and transformation for this very important sector. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister and team. Thank you, Honorable Senior Minister. I just want to let you know that we will be bringing today's proceedings and this aspect to an end at this time, and we will continue on Monday. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I therefore beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to speak again, to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees has reported progress and requested leave to sit again.
Mr. Speaker, we revert to government notices.
Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of a resolution to grant the sum of $42,141,080 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022 to 2023 as shown in supplementary estimates number 5, 2022-2023.
Revert to government business, sir. Order number 10, in the name of the Honorable Leader of the House, to move that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee to consider the grant of sums of money for the service of this island.
Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee.
Question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
This House is now in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, order number 10, 10A, in the name of the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to grant the sum of $141,080 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022 to 2023 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 5, 2022 to 2023, which form the schedule to the resolution. Head 13, Prime Minister's Office, in the amount of $10 million.
Honorable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This $10 million that we're requesting from the Consolidated Fund is to be able to give us the money to mobilize on the building of the new geriatric hospital. You would be aware that this Honorable House did partly the acquisition on one side and then the agreement for sale of the other side for a private entity so that we could get that area adjacent to the Botanical Gardens to be able to then build the geriatric hospital. I would have also gone into what the new geriatric hospital will be, how many people will be housed there, and all the various facilities, the fact that we will have photovoltaic systems, it will have its own water system supply, access to using treatment water, and all of these things are absolutely important. The $10 million is not the whole sum, but it will get us started to do all the necessary piling, get the foundations done, get the contractor appropriately mobilized so that we can get start in earnest to be able to build a new geriatric hospital for the seniors of Barbados, on whose backs this country has been built. And the current geriatric hospital is no longer fit for purpose. It was built in the 1830s, I think it was 1840s, and we now need to get full steam ahead and get the new one done. The planning permission has already been approved through the board, and we are now in a position to get the contract moving, and this $10 million is required for us to do that. So therefore, I'm asking that this head now stand part for the amount of $10 million.
The question is that head 10, head 13 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. All members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 33, Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, in the amount of $753,000.
Mr. Speaker?
Honorable.
Sorry.
Honorable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Chair, the amount being sought is to cover the salaries at CBC. We all know, it's been highly publicized that salaries were paid late last month, and to avoid being in the exact same position again this month, this amount is being sought simply to cover the salaries for the persons at CBC. We understand the angst, sir, there's a lot happening. And we don't want to find ourselves in the same position that we were in last month. So with that explanation, I beg to move that head 33 stand part.
The question is that head 33 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. All members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 35, Ministry of People, Empowerment and Elder Affairs, in the amount of $12,609,867.
Honorable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you, sir, very much, Mr. Chair. So, over the last few days, I would have spoken to the work we're doing in the ministry, and therefore there is no need to prolong this conversation. We have received funds to be able to support the grants to individuals in the welfare department. We average about $3 million a month to be able to do this, to make sure that people are able to pay rent and food support. And the additional funds here, the $4 million plus, is for the National Assistance Board to be able to support the payment of the NAS and a few salaries that were outstanding. So with those few words, I ask the head 35 stand part.
Second that.
The question is that head 35 stand part. All honorable members in favor, you say aye. Aye. All members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 81, Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources, in the amount of $5,500,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that this head do now stand part as it relates to particularly the operational expenses that are required for the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources in the sum of 5.5 million. We've already received our quota for this financial year in the sum of just over 12 million. But as you can appreciate, it is very expensive to run the transport board. We want to make sure, as others do, that we meet the salaries and expenditure for the end of this financial year. And therefore, the request is to allow us to facilitate those operating expenses and salaries. I therefore move that this head 81 do now stand part.
The question is that head 81 stand part. All honorable members in favor, you say aye. Honorable members against, you say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 82, Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, in the amount of $2,063,350.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. The sums being appropriate here relates to the provision to cover retirement benefits for the most part for the NCC, as well as the top up with respect to some operational needs of the institution. And so with those few words, Chair, I beg to move to head 82 stand part.
Second.
The question is that head 82 stand part. All honorable members in favor, you say aye. Honorable members against, you say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 83, Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security, in the amount of $9,888,187.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. The sums are being appropriate here, sir, to support the BAMC with respect to debt service arrangements from prior to this administration. And therefore, with those few words, sir, I beg to move to head 83 stand part.
Second.
The question is that head 83 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 87, Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, in the amount of $1,326,676.
Honorable member for St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amount being requested is for the payment of national insurance for a number of the monitors who have been part of the nursery and primary schools, and to assist in some of the additional requirements that will be required to meet their terms and conditions service. With these few words, I beg to move that head 87 stand part.
The question is that head 87 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one money resolution in Standing Finance Committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one money resolution in Standing Finance Committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one money resolution. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution be read a first time.
Question that the aforementioned resolution be read the first time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution be read a second time.
Questions that the resolution be read a second time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution be now agreed to.
Questions that this resolution do now pass. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg therefore to move the suspension of the House until Monday, the 27th of February at 10 a.m.
Questions that this honorable chamber be suspended until Monday, the 27th day of February at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This House stands suspended until Monday, the 27th day of February at 10 a.m. No.